Cubs' 10-game road trip comes to an end this afternoon at Busch Stadium as they look to bounce back from the Cardinals' 3-run ninth that gave them a 5-4 win yesterday. The NL Central leaders will return home after today, either 3.5 up on St. Louis or just 1.5. Good afternoon and welcome to Lexus Cubs pregame live along with the man in pink. Nice shirt from your daughter.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Plesac. It's looking sharp and spiffy. I'm Chris Bowden. This is the longest trip of the season. A day off tomorrow will, I'm sure, be welcomed with open arms by this team. We know the Redbirds have been resilient all season themselves. They've overcome a multitude of injuries, not to mention that 2-run ninth-inning deficit yesterday. And I guess today we'll see how resilient this Cubs team is today, too, Dan.
Well, this is really a big game. This is one of those swing games. You have a 2.5 game lead going into this afternoon's play, and there's a big difference between being 1.5 games up or 3.5 games up. So this is a big game, and it's really been the end of a long road trip that started out at U.S. Cellular. Then you go out to San Francisco, you fly cross country, and you play a team. And the Cardinals, that really has to be one of the most pleasant surprises in the National League. I think if you would have thought in spring training that the Cardinals would be where they're at with the multitude of injuries that they've had. You know, Tony La Russa has had an outstanding career, but you have to say this could be his best managing job. I don't know how they're doing it, piecing it together, but listen, it's for real, and you're talking about the first week of July. They're in it. Expect them to be in this for a while.
Let's take it out to the Gateway City. Lots of talking points after yesterday. The encouraging signs from Marmol and Ramirez. The questions over Edmonds' tag from third and Wood's ninth inning as we say good afternoon to Len and Bob. How much of a damper did that finish put on the Edmonds bash at his new place last night? What's the locker room like this morning, guys?
Well, Chris and Dan, I think it goes back to what we talk about so often. The clubhouse today was just as normal as ever. You would never have known the Cubs couldn't hold a 2-run lead in the ninth inning yesterday. If they can get a win today, you at least win this series, and you add a game to your lead over the Cardinals this weekend.
And that's the club's goal. I mean, they didn't come into the ballpark today moping about yesterday's ball game, what might have happened, but that's the attitude you like to see from any good team. They look forward, they don't look back. Certainly there were some mistakes in the ball game yesterday to learn from, but they don't dwell on it. They come back the next day ready to go.
The big key today has to be the starting pitcher, right, Bob? I mean, if Sean Marshall goes out 5, 6, 7 solid innings, you do tend to forget about yesterday. However, if he gives up 3 or 4 in the first inning, now you start to say, here we go again.
Well, I'm certain Larry Rothschild and Lou are hoping for similar results that they got from Sean Marshall against the White Sox. He had a quality start in that game, went 7 strong innings, only gave up the 3 runs. Unfortunately, the Cubs offense wasn't up to the task, but I think if you ask Larry and Lou, they'd take that same kind of outing today and take their chances.
All right, the lineup today, guys, a couple of left-handed hitting outfielders are out of the lineup. Kosuke getting a day off. He'll end up having 2 full days off with the off day tomorrow. Jim Edmonds also out of the lineup, we assume because of the left thumb. He told me it was fine, but maybe struggled in batting practice, so he is out of the lineup today. So you're going to see Matt Merton in left, Reed Johnson in center, and Mark DeRosa's in right.
And Len and Bob, I suppose, you know, they got this day off tomorrow, and then it's the All-Star break a week from now, and I guess this is really a whole kind of a pedal to the metal day. You were talking about taking the finale of this 3-game series, but then you almost see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's really been a rough road, as you guys know, starting with that Cooperstown trip and all the intense ball games so far, but this ball game, getting it here, another day off tomorrow, and then 1 more week before the All-Star break, I guess that adds to the importance of this one, too.
It does, and Lou said tomorrow's off day comes at a good time.
No, it really does. I mean, we're at that point of the season where physically and mentally guys are starting to get worn down. You talked about some of the travel the Cubs have had to endure over the last few weeks, but it's all part of the game, and thank goodness we have a lot of veteran players who've been through it before and maybe can help the young kids over this next week before they get some time off.
Last quick note, guys, and we'll talk more about it during the game. Alfonso Soriano did take batting practice yesterday, still has a little weakness in his left hand. So no BP today, and they're going to take a look at him again on Tuesday. So he's making slow progress at the moment, and we're not quite sure if he's going to be ready to go before the All-Star break.
All right, Len, Bob, thanks very much. We look forward to your call at the top of the hour. And the top 3 teams by win percentage in the National League. Also the top 3 teams in the Central. Look at that, 52, 50, and 48 wins. Milwaukee's taking care of business the first 2 games versus Pittsburgh at Miller Park. I see also they're out to a 3-0 lead in the first inning today. Now while the Cubs and Cards are beating each other up. Brewers back within 3.5. The other 3 have fallen off, including Dusty's Reds, who are at Wrigley Tuesday through Thursday. Cubs could have dropped the Cardinals into a tie with the Brew Crew at 4.5 back if Kerry Wood would have been able to do yesterday what he had done the last dozen times closing out opportunities. Couldn't protect a 4-2 lead with 3 outs to go. The trouble started with the walks to the first 2 men he faced. Host cut it to 4-3, and despite the bases being loaded, no one out. He got the next 2, and was one out away before Rick Ankiel won it on a 2-run single. Here's Wood yesterday.
You get the first guy on, and then, it's always never works out well usually. So, first guy was on, and next guy hit the ball on the line. Tying runs on second with no out. So, I made some pretty good pitches after that. Give us a chance to get out of it and just, put the slider in.
I like my chances with Woody on the mound. He's been like that all year. So, you took your guy. They did a good job. They, thank you. Hit a curveball, whatever it was. It's not easy to do off Woody. So, they did a good job.
And we'll live through it one more time here. Here's how it all unraveled. Wood walking Ryan Ludwig and Yadier Molina to start things off. Derek Lee then playing in on first and second with no one out. Adam Kennedy shoots one past him down the right field line. Ludwig scores to make it 2-1, or rather a 1-1 game, 4-3. After an intentional walk, Skip Schumacher grounds one straight to Aramis Ramirez. Exactly what you want to do. Ramirez goes home for the fourth. That's one. Still loaded then for Aaron Miles, and he skies one on the infield. I think Wood might get out of it at this point. Ryan Theriot puts this one away. So up comes Rick Ankiel, 1 for 13 this year against the Cubs before getting 2 hits earlier yesterday in the third. Completes the comeback, hang and slide, it looked like, slap to center. That scores the tie and winning runs just like that. The Cards play 3 and win it by a score of 5-4. I guess it's really difficult to complain with what Wood's done so far this season. Should he have been maybe a little more aggressive? Was he doing a lot of breaking stuff in those first couple batters he faced?
No, you know what? The bottom line is he just simply, his command wasn't very good the first 2 hitters, and he was missing with his fastball off the plate. And what makes it really disappointing is when you get so close to getting out of it, you're in a bases loaded, you have a lead of 4-3, bases loaded, nobody out. He gets the ground ball to third base. They come home. Schumacher runs well enough that you can't turn to double play. He's able to pop Miles up in the infield, and that's what's so frustrating. That's what drives you nuts about being a relief pitcher in particular, where you're in a heap of trouble. You're 1 pitch away from getting out of it, and I'm sure that was a tough one. You go back to your room, or you sit and you stew and you think about, maybe what you had done differently. And that wasn't necessarily the pitch. It was the first pitch was a good breaking ball. He tried to come back with another one, and it just wasn't a very good breaking ball. And every once in a while, you're going to pay the price. It was a tough game to lose. I'm sure a tough game for Kerry Wood. Afterwards, you sit and you think about what you could have done. You're so close to getting out of a jam. But that's what makes that 9th inning so difficult. The toughest 3 outs in baseball to get are the last 3. There's no help. When you go out there, it's your inning. When you get yourself in trouble, you have to get yourself out of it. But it's frustrating when you're so close and you can't get out of it.
Well, let's talk about the 8th inning. Your guy looked like your guy again yesterday after Ted Lilly tossed 5 shutout innings and was lifted after finishing 2 in the 6th. Neil Kotz came out. He threw another solid inning, and before Lou went to the struggling Carlos Marmol. We can't say his name without putting the struggling in before it these days. But in the 8th, he worked a 1-2-3 to set the table for Wood, collecting his 22nd hold in the process. Let's take a look at how he did his work. Started out with an uh-oh. And Keel with a deep fly ball down the line, but it does go foul. Lou's stomach probably churning even a little more than usual there. But he bounced back against the meat of the Cards order after striking out Ankiel here. He gets Pujols and Glaus to fly out, and good signs, good indications from Mark.
Well, very good signs. And he really needed a game like this, particularly in a game that was close, a 4-2 game. This should have been a huge confidence booster, not only for Carlos Marmol, but also for Lou Piniella and Larry Walchout. He is a very important piece to this bullpen. He was really the glue to this bullpen the second half of the season last year. And until his struggles 3 weeks ago, you felt pretty good when the Cubs had a lead getting into the 6th or 7th inning. That game was pretty much over, and it's kind of brought a little bit of uncertainty into that bullpen. And if he can come back and regain that form, but I think this was important. It was a close game, a big game, and he pitched well. And sometimes psychologically, as a pitcher, when you're going through a rough period and you get an innings work in a 6-1 game, whether you're winning or you're losing, you feel good about yourself, but you feel extra special when you come in like he did yesterday. They were counting on him to get through that 8th inning, and he went through it 1-2-3, a huge step in the right direction.
And really important because Bob Howery the night before went an inning in 2/3 before he was lifted. So this gives Howery an opportunity today, if needed, to come in and get some key outs down the stretch. Let's take a look at our Feldco pitching matchup. Piniella juggling his rotation to send another southpaw against the Cards, who were about 500 versus lefties. Sean Marshall turned off a pretty nice outing a week ago on the south side, opposing former Cub Todd Wellemeyer, making his 3rd start. Marshall is being brought back up. 1-1, 4.66 career ERA against St. Louis. 4 of his 6 appearances against them. have been starts. And where does this set up Marshall here in terms of the rotation? Now that Carlos Zambrano's back, I think Marshall is going to be in here for the long haul if he has another good outing.
I do, Chris, because I think the repertoire of pitches that he has, he's better suited to be a starting pitcher. He doesn't have the kind of stuff that you would look for to have what you would call a specialty reliever. He doesn't have a dominant fastball or a dominant breaking pitch, something that you feel really strongly about if you're going to bring him into a game, let's say in a second and third one-out situation to face a tough left-handed hitter. He's not really a strikeout type pitcher. He's not the kind of guy that has one pitch in particular to left-handers that you feel really good about, that he could continually go to the well, go to that pitch. It's an overpowering curveball, slider, or fastball. What makes him successful is the repertoire of pitches that he has. He has a good fastball, a good changeup, and a good curveball. None of the three pitches are great, and I think all three of those pitches complement each other, and when he uses those effectively, it makes him the pitcher that he is. He's better suited to be a starting pitcher than a specialty left-hander.
Well, one of the guys that Dave Duncan reached into his bag of tricks and put on a right course at least early in the season was the former Cub Todd Wellemeyer, who goes up against Marshall today. One of Wellemeyer's 7 wins came in the series finale back in St. Louis back in May. 5 innings of 3-hit, 2-run ball. But he's had some elbow issues lately. 0-2 with ERA of 9.5 over his last 3 starts.
Well, this is another, just as you touched on, this is another one of those Dave Duncan reclamation projects. This was a guy that was pretty highly thought of prospect in a Cubs system. He has a good fastball. He's a big, strong kid. He throws hard. It was just a matter of him getting some experience and really getting to a place where he could fit in either being in the bullpen or being a starting pitcher. And due to all the injuries on this Cardinal pitching staff, sometimes when you get a young pitcher like this, you have to throw them out there, and they get to be a little bit of success, and one thing leads to another. Now he's feeling pretty good about himself, but Dave Duncan has done a tremendous job. This has been really a roster, particularly in the pitching staff, that has been torn apart with injuries, and it's remarkable that they're at where they're at right now, and I would expect them to stay there. You're deep enough into the season now that I think you're kind of your flash-in-the-pan teams. There are teams that get off to good starts in April and the middle of May, but you start getting into the first week of July, and with the trading deadline coming up, I'm sure that the Cardinals have some resources. They may not be in the CC Sabathia mix, but I'm sure that they're in a position where they're going to be able to make some upgrades, and the longer they stay in it, the more dangerous they become.
Wellemeyer 7-3 so far on the season. He's one of those guys they've plugged in with Carpenter and Wainwright and Mark Mulder, who's now in the bullpen, as a matter of fact, nursing injuries. Got plenty more to come on Lexus Cubs pregame live. Aramis Ramirez ended his 0 for 28 slump yesterday in a big way. That's probably earned him another start at third base day. We'll discuss today's lineup that Len and Bob referred to a little bit earlier. It's the 6th of 15 meetings between the Cubs and their arch rivals this season. The North Stars trying to even the season series at 3 games apiece. Lexus Cub pregame live continues after this.
This is the story of a single piece of wood, separated and taken to different places, where each piece is shaped, honed, and polished, only to be sent back to end the way they began, as one perfectly matched piece. Visit your Lexus dealer today for an exclusive look at how nothing else is built like a Lexus ES. Lease the 2008 ES for $389 a month for 36 months with $34.89 due at signing.
So, we got a sitter for 3 hours.
And we went to buy carpet at Lowe's. Turns out they got this great new way to buy carpet.
So easy.
We went for the Berber.
And cranberry?
With a 20-year warranty. Isn't that great?
So, do you want to see a movie or what?
You bet.
New Lowe's Carpet 123. Just pick your style, your color, and your warranty. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
You don't have to be stuck with your old windows, siding, or doors. Replace them now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
No job's too small. Get free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco. Something in the way you move, little darling. Is it something in the way you talk to make me realize there's something in the way you move?
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
McDonald's Sports Rise, every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Fans gathering outside Busch Stadium as they get ready and pumped up and amped up for the finale of this three-game series between the arch rivals down by the Arch. Welcome back to Lexus Cubs pregame live. Chris Bowden along with Dan Plesac. Let's take a peek at the Cubs lineup, what Lou Piniella is doing with it today. Len Casper and Bob Brenly referred to a couple of changes in that lineup, and it includes a rest day for Kosuke Fukudome. He's really been scuffling a little bit of late. His average has dipped under 250 since June 1st in 5 for his last 33, the last 8 games. So Reed Johnson gets the call in center, and Matt Merton a start in left. Got to watch the middle of that lineup, of course. Derek Lee. He seems really have been an almost Sybil-like season where he goes these hot stretches and ice cold, but over the last 5 ball games, Dealey's really been hot. 10 for his last 21. I thought Henry Blanco might get a start today. He gave Giovanni Soto 2 consecutive days off, but that's not the way it's going to go today.
Well, I think when you look at this lineup, I think they want to try to get Giovanni Soto's bat into this lineup, and I think what Len and Bob touched on in the open, I think this is a push. You've got to try to get yourself in the mental frame of mind to get the next Sunday, and this is a very important game for the Cubs this afternoon. To get the day off tomorrow, start a homestand on Tuesday with the Cincinnati Reds, which will lead you into the All-Star break. This is a big week. The Cardinals, and you can make a little bit of a statement right now. The Cardinals had that big come-from-behind win last night. It looked like the Cubs were in a pretty good spot going into the 9th with a 4-2 lead. The Cardinals turned the tables on the Cubs. This would be a big game for the Cubs if Sean Marshall can pitch well, get this win, get the day off tomorrow, and in a series that looks like a favorable matchup with the Cincinnati Reds beginning on Tuesday night. So this is a big game.
We talked about one of your favorite guys, Carlos Marmol, a little bit earlier, and Ramos Ramirez 0 for 28. You don't see that a whole lot for a hitter as good as he is, but he seems to step it up in the late innings, at least prior to this 0 for 28 slump, and he came through with just a magnificent hit yesterday.
Well, he is, and they really need him because this is the one guy in this lineup that hits good pitching, and he hits good pitchers and good pitching in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. He's a very, very tough out late in the game. He's had several occasions where he'll have an at-bat where he looks like he doesn't have a very good plan of what he's doing in the 5th or 6th inning. But when he comes up with men in scoring position late in the game, he's an awfully tough out. And I think what you're seeing right now, if the Cubs can get to this All-Star break and get back healthy, this was a huge step for them yesterday with Zambrano coming back. They're going to need him. They're going to need him to shoulder that load. You're talking about Ryan Dempster has had a tremendous first half of the season. But there is that little if factor. He was a starting pitcher for a couple of seasons, and it's going to be interesting to see post-All-Star break, as the innings start to increase, to see that he doesn't wear down a little bit. But they really need to get healthy, and I think what you're really seeing is the missing of Alfonso Soriano. He's very hot. He's very cold. He can be streaky, but he can also, for a series or for a week at a time, take a team and carry it on his back, and they missed that thunder from his bat in the lineup.
No ill effects from Friday's start for Zambrano apparently yesterday, and you heard Len and Bob say a little bit earlier, Soriano's hand still a little bit tender after taking BP and taking a couple of balls out of the ballpark before yesterday's game. After a break, we take a closer look at Tony La Russa and how he'll line him up against Sean Marshall this afternoon. One lefty he'll probably keep in the order despite going up against the southpaw. Rick Ankiel, we'll discuss him after yesterday's 3-hit heroics. The host, 9-3 in series when they lose the opener. Cubs hoping to drop that to 9-4, go 4-6 themselves on this roadie. More Lexus Cub pregame live coming up.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Replace your windows, siding, and doors now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
Free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Buick Pontiac GMC 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Buicks, Pontiacs, and GMCs, like the G6 sedan. With an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway, the Buick Pontiac GMC 72-hour sale. See your Buick Pontiac GMC dealer today.
Morning, Mike. Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Is that something new?
Brand spanking.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one...
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
Be part of the Quad City Steamwinners all season long in 2008. Hard hits, touchdown catches, exciting action, and a great family atmosphere. All games start at 7 p.m. and tickets are as low as $10 for adults and $5 for children. Kids can join the free Mini Wheelers Kids Club and enjoy hot dogs, popcorn, and soda, all for just $1. The Steamwheelers face the Lexington Horsemen in the last regular season game of the year. It's Genesis night, and the team will be wearing special blue helmets that will be auctioned off after the game to benefit the Genesis Compassion Fund.
Mediacom Digital Cable. It's the only way to get it. Free HD channels, even your local channels available in high def. Plus thousands of free anytime movies, including your premium channels free on demand. There's so much to watch when you catch your favorite series with HBO On Demand and Stars On Demand. Get it all when you get Digital 2-Star featuring up to 23 channels of Stars, Encore, and HBO. Now just $9.95 a month for a whole year. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up tonight at 10 on Land Rover Sports Night, the crafty lefty becomes your personal pitching coach. There he is, teaching you how to throw a fastball. Everyone knows how to throw a fastball.
You'd be surprised
really?
They don't. There's a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay,
So
well, watch tonight.
We will find
you
out.
will learn something. I don't know much, but what I do know is right.
I'm pitching with Plesac tonight, Land Rover Sports Night at 10. Card skipper Tony La Russa has had his team breathing down the Cubs' necks despite using 74 different lineups in 89 games. Let's check on how he's going to line them up in the series finale. And he's pretty much going the same way, although Joe Mather getting the call in left field today. But there's Rick Ankiel along with Albert Pujols, who hit home run for his career, number 300 already on Friday night against Bob Howery. Ludwig Troy Gloss 0 for 20 against the Cubs so far this season. And Cesar Izturis comes off the disabled list and plays shortstop ahead of one former Cub in that batting order. Todd Wellemeyer, another one, hitting in the A spot with Brendan Ryan pulling up the rear. But in general, the Cubs have held Ankiel in check last couple of years, and we mentioned earlier that he's hit less than 200 against them, but he has 8 homers, driven in 15 runs over his last 16 games. And we were discussing in the break how you gave serious thought to giving up pitching to become a full-time position player, too, right? Yeah.
Chris, this is a remarkable story because when I was still playing, it was early on in his career with the Cardinals, and if he wasn't at the top of the list of pitching prospects in all of baseball, I had a chance to see him throw, and his stuff was lights out. I'm talking a mid to upper 90s fastball, tremendous breaking ball, then he lost it, couldn't throw strikes, went through that awful postseason run. And to make the adjustment, it's not an easy thing to do. Every pitcher thinks because in high school you played outfield, you played first base, that you could hit, and I happened to be one of those guys. Until I got into professional baseball and realized how hard they throw. They start throwing curveballs. A remarkable story.
Now, in high school, where did you play when you weren't pitching?
I played left field and first base.
Left field and first base? Yeah.
You know, I was a pretty good first base.
What was that batting average like back then?
Oh, I was high threes.
High threes? Okay.
Which isn't very good in high school.
No.
I'll tell you what, I could hit, if you threw 74 miles an hour and threw it right in my wheelhouse, I could turn it around. Oh, absolutely.
It's like going to a batting cage. All right, one final timeout. When we come back, Dan gives us his keys to a Cubs win over the rival Cardinals. That's next as we get you ready for game time on Lexus Cubs pregame live. Look at that beautiful picture.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today.
There are more than 3,100 points to scrutinize. 3,100 digitally calibrated, laser inspected welds, fittings, connections, and finishes on the RX to make sure it's absolutely flawless. Visit your Lexus dealer today for an exclusive look at how nothing else is built like a Lexus RX. Lease the 2009 RX all-wheel drive for $459 a month for 36 months for $35.59 due at signing.
You don't have to be stuck with your old windows, siding, or doors. Replace them now with free installation from Feltco.
Call 866 for Feltco.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
What do you think of Mike Wallace and the Geico Toyota?
Whatever. He's out there selling car insurance. I'm out there to win.
Isn't he your cousin?
I didn't say I wouldn't go fishing with the man. All I'm saying is, he comes near me, I'll put him in the wall.
You don't even race in the series.
Listen, go-kart track, grocery store, those remote-controlled boats. When it comes to Mike Wallace, the story ends with me putting him in the wall.
Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Lower cooling costs up to 40% with Westinghouse fans from Menards. This 42-inch Contemporary Trio fan with iron finish and frosted glass, only $39. The 52-inch Vintage 3 fan is dual mount and comes in 2 finishes, only $49 each. All Crestline and Peachtree windows and patio doors are 14% off. From vinyl to aluminum clad with hardwood interiors, you have thousands of options available in stock and custom order sizes and styles.
Save big money at Menards.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. You never know who's going to drop by Chicago Tribune Live. Jonathan Taves.
It was incredible to spend the whole year in Chicago, especially, watching the progress that our team made.
Tommy Harris.
I never thought about injury until I got hurt.
Right.
And, you really respect it afterwards.
Tom Arnold.
If you hate a Cub fan, you're a bad person because it's been 100 years.
And weekly visits from Nick Swisher.
See, I've got the CSN facing y'all, too. I got this thing locked in.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Just a reminder, as soon as today's game goes final, Dan and I will be here for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. We'll break down a Cubs victory, right, Dan?
That's right.
Okay, and we'll update the NL Central standings and look ahead to the final homestand at Wrigley before the All-Star break. That and maybe some props. Can we have some props for it? Well, we couldn't do the broom.
We may have some vocal props.
Vocal props, okay, like yodeling or something?
No, we need to hear that.
Oh, okay.
The big blue train.
The train, right?
We need to get that train back on track.
Let's break out the keys then. Dan's Lexus keys to the game for this finale.
Well, I think both the keys today for today's game are to be centered around pitching. Todd Wellemeyer, I think it would be very important to get to him early. He hasn't been as good since his short stint on the disabled list. He's prone to giving up a lot of hits. If the Cubs can get some runs early and get a little bit of lead, and that kind of leads into our second key, to give Sean Marshall a little bit of breathing room, score some runs early, get him a little cushion, maybe a 3 or 4 run lead going into the second or third inning, allow him to relax. He didn't pitch that poorly in his last game. He actually pitched good enough to win. It was just a night, unfortunately, the Cubs couldn't score any runs against those bad guys.
One final thought. I mean, it all started the last 7 games in the last week. Sean Marshall pitched 7 innings of 3-run ball on the south side against the White Sox. And in these last 7 games, the starters have gone 45 innings and allowed 17 earned runs. So after a rough patch there, they've really gotten it back on track.
Oh, they have. And really, for the Cubs to be successful, they're going to need Carlos Zambrano to be the horse the second half of the season. Ryan Dempster continue to throw well. Ted Lilly's rounding into form. The key is going to be in that 4 and 5 spots in that starting rotation. They need to be better.
And maybe it'll include a CC Sabathia or Rich Harden or someone like that.
Well, there's going to be a lot of teams in those sweepstakes.
Yeah, already the Sabathia stuff's heating up between the Brewers and Dodgers, a couple other teams as well. For Dan Plesac, I'm Chris Bowden. We'll see you afterwards. For now, stay tuned for Len Casper, Bob Brentley from St. Louis, Cubs and Sean Marshall, Cards and Todd Wellemeyer heading into the rubber game of their series. Enjoy the game, everyone.
The Cubs relied on the long ball to take game one. Yesterday, the Cardinals answered in dramatic fashion. That sets up today's rubber game. Stay tuned for more fireworks next. From St. Louis, Missouri, we're inside Busch Stadium for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. A couple of very close ball games. The Cubs winning Friday night, the Cardinals in thrilling fashion yesterday, so it's the rubber game today here in St. Louis. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs are 2.5 up on St. Louis in the National League Central, and more on this matchup a little bit later. But let's talk All-Stars. The Cubs with a club record 7 All-Star players.
Well, it figures, Len, given the kind of first half that the Cubs have had as a team, and a lot of individuals have had great success. Fukudome, Soriano, Soto all voted in as starters for the All-Star game. The remaining 4 there at the bottom, Ramirez, Zambrano, Dempster, Wood, all picked as reserves for the National League squad.
A lot of very interesting stories. Giovanni Soto was in the Futures game last year, All-Star this year. In the case of Dempster and Wood, they've swapped roles as a pitcher, and they both made it again.
Well, it doesn't matter what your role is at an All-Star game. You do whatever the manager asks you to do. What a great individual thrill for all of these guys, and certainly all of them very deserving.
Let's check in on the starting lineups as voted by the fans for the All-Star game, which will be at Yankee Stadium. Alfonso Soriano, iffy at this point because he's still on the DL. It looks like Kosuke will play center with Ryan Braun over in right.
And one of the biggest thrills about an All-Star game is walking into that clubhouse and looking around the locker room at the name tags above the lockers. What a team.
Now the American League roster, they'll be the home team, and remember, it counts this year.
It does, yeah, it does count. And these guys are all very familiar with Yankee Stadium. It has its quirks, it has its unique qualities, so maybe a slight edge to the American League team just because they played more at Yankee Stadium.
Now, what a story for Josh Hamilton, a big comeback for him with the Reds last year, now with the Texas Rangers. So when we come back, we'll preview the rubber game today, the Cubs and the Cardinals. Cubs were able to hold on. They used the long ball on Friday. And then yesterday, it was Rick Ankiel coming up with the big hit as the Cardinals came back late. Cubs and the Cards coming up from St. Louis.
He's been known to cure narcolepsy just by walking into a room. His organ donation card also lists his beard. He's a lover, not a fighter. But he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
If it's got a motor. That's our slogan here at Clinton Motorworks. And what's it mean? Well, we have one of the area's best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. Oh, yeah, and the cruising coolers. How great is that? A 13-mile-an-hour cooler to ride. Just another reason to stop in and see what's going on. Now let's talk warranty. We have the area's only lifetime engine warranty on most all the vehicles we sell. That's right, your engine blows, you get it fixed for free. That's why people do business with us. For your next great sales and finance experience, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motorworks.
If it's got a motor.
Have you seen the selection of trailers at the Trailer Depot in Clinton? The area's best-kept secret, and the best prices on trailers are at the Trailer Depot. Buy new, buy used, or rent. Trailer Depot has any trailer you need. We even make repairs, sell parts, and get your vehicle ready to tow. Knowing what you're towing keeps us growing at Trailer Depot. Behind you on the road and ahead of the competition. 7th Avenue South in Clinton.
Welcome back to Busch Stadium. We are set for Game 3, the rubber game today. The Cubs and the Cardinals. Temperatures heating up. Beautiful day for Cubs baseball. It's been kind of a streaky year for Derek Lee. He did not make the All-Star team. He certainly would have been deserving. Very tough at first base. Albert Pujols, by the way, did make it for the Cardinals this year. But Derek's in one of his very hot stretches at the moment.
Yeah, even Derek has talked about the inconsistency himself. But when he's hot, he's as hot as anybody in baseball. You see what he's done on this road trip through the first 9 games, batting over 400, 15 hits in 9 ball games.
For the Cardinals, they got the big hit in the ninth inning from Rick Ankiel on a hanging slider from Kerry Wood, and it's a situation he's been up in a few times and had not come through prior to yesterday.
Yeah, he was 0 for 7 in his last bases-loaded opportunities, but came through with that big knock in the ninth inning yesterday. And because Rick Ankiel's a left-handed hitter, it stands to reason Lou wanted to get a left-handed pitcher on him today, so Sean Marshall will get the start for the Cubs.
And Ankiel is still in the Cardinals lineup. Now let's check in on that pitching matchup. It will be Sean Marshall, who remains in the rotation with Sean Gallagher going to the pen.
Well, he's done nothing to deserve getting booted out of the rotation. Pitched extremely well against the White Sox last time. Former Cub Todd Wellemeyer having himself a real nice year in the rotation for the Cardinals.
Wellemeyer has struggled a little bit lately, bothered by some right elbow issues, but he did beat his former club on May 4th. So we're set to go. Should be another packed house. They set a Busch Stadium record yesterday with the attendance. Cubs will try to get out of here with a series win. We'll have all the action coming up next.
When a major hospital wanted to add on to their benefits package at no direct cost to the company, their very first word was... Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Hey, Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Chevy 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Chevys, like the HHR, with an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway. The Chevy 72-hour sale. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Get on the fast track to your dreams with AT&T Advanced TV, which offers a wide selection of programming and more HD channels than cable. Plus, get $50 cash back with qualifying AT&T Advanced TV plans, DVR included. TV could be a channel to where you want to be.
Are you working on your research?
Of course. AT&T is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color. That always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Hi, everyone. Chris Bowden in our downtown Chicago studios as they get set to play some baseball in St. Louis. The series finale between the Cubs and the Cardinals. Will get you back there in just a moment. But first, this sports update. Derek Rose says he's battling tendonitis in his right knee, but the good news is he hasn't missed any practice time and says he won't miss any games in the Summer League this week in Orlando. He says the condition dates back to his time at the University of Memphis when he would spend hours in the gym working on his game because he was afraid he wouldn't have a good season. And a reminder that we're heading down to Orlando to follow Rose's progress. I'll be there this week to cover Chicago's newest favorite son as he makes his debut in the Summer League. Bulls' first game is Monday as D. Rose will square off against the Miami Heat number 2 overall pick Michael Beasley. That while Vinny Del Negro makes his coaching debut as well, as we report all week from Florida. Some Major League Baseball news on the same day that they announced the All-Star squads. The Phillies worked to deal with Brad Lidge. Kind of has new life in the city of brotherly love, a 3-year extension worth $37.5 million. He was traded to the Phils this offseason. Really turned his career around, recording 19 saves with an ERA of 0.77. Sox looking to earn a split of their 4-game series with Oakland before a day off tomorrow, then a series in Kansas City. And right now, in the bottom of the 4th inning, they have themselves a 1-0 lead. Joe Creedy drew a bases-loaded walk in the 1st inning. They're up against a tough customer in the A's, Rich Harden. John Danks, perhaps the White Sox hottest pitcher of late. He's gone 4 innings and has yet to allow a hit while striking out 4. And make sure you stay with us after the game for Lowe's Cubs Post-Game Live. Dan Plesac and I will break down today's game. Plus, look ahead to the Cubs' final homestand before the All-Star break. That and more on Lowe's Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game on Comcast Sportsnet. And also, coming up tonight at 10 on Land Rover Sports Night, the crafty lefty becomes your personal pitching coach. Dan Plesac teaches you how to throw 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball. He's Mr. Fastball. And pitching with Plesac tonight at 10 on Comcast Sportsnet. And that's a wrap from here. I'm Chris Bowden. After the break, Len Casper, Bob Brenly had the call from St. Louis as the Cubs. Let's take the rubber game from the Cardinals. Enjoy the game here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Legend has it, Rocky Mountain miners knew how to celebrate with get-togethers called banquets. Their beer, Coors. They called it banquet beer. Brewed with Rocky Mountain water and only the best high country barley for a full-flavored taste. Savored by generations since 1873. Times have changed. Coors never will. Coors, the banquet beer.
This is the story of a single piece of wood, separated and taken to different places, where each piece is shaped, honed, and polished, only to be sent back to end the way they began, as one perfectly matched piece. Visit your Lexus dealer today for an exclusive look at how nothing else is built like a Lexus ES. Lease the 2008 ES for $389 a month for 36 months with $34.89 due at signing.
2008. It's not just another year. It's a Danley's year. That's because Danley's Garage World is celebrating 50 years in business, during which Danley's has built over 150,000 custom garages across Chicagoland.
We're really pleased, and I don't have to endure any more winters and cleaning off the car.
Danley's is taking $1,050 off all new garages and including a storage solution starter kit, a $600 value. Danley's Garage World. It's not just a garage. It's a Danley's.
Depend on Danley.
Morning, Mike. Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Is that something new?
Brand spanking.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one.
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today.
And welcome back to Busch Stadium. We hope you've had a great 4th of July holiday weekend. Cubs were able to hang on 2-1 Friday night. They could not hang on yesterday as the Cardinals beat them 5-4 with 3 in the ninth. But today is a new day, and Lou Piniella hoping his team can get out of here with a win, which would mean a 3.5 game lead in the Central Division. And let's check in on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Final game of this trip, the Cubs are 3-6. Reed Johnson's in center. Terrio, Lee, Ramirez, Aramis on the All-Star team for the second time. Giovanni Soto will start back of the plate. First time that's ever happened. A rookie starting at catcher for the NL. DeRosa's in right. He had a big day yesterday. Merton in left. Fontenot at second, and Marshall pitching.
Take a look at the Cardinals defensively today. Joe Mather just called up. Will be playing left field in the ball game today. Rick Ankieli, the yesterday's hero, out in center field. Ryan Ludwig in right field. Troy Gloss, Cesar Izturis, Brendan Ryan, and Albert Pujols across the infield. Behind the plate, Yadier Molina. Big non-call on a check swing in that 9th inning yesterday really hurt the Cubs. And Molina will be doing the catching today for former Cub Todd Wellemeyer. 7-3 record on the season, the 3.86 ERA. You'll notice at the bottom the lefty-righty splits very even, which is why it's a big deal that Jim Edmonds had to scratch from the lineup today, but not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Lefties and righties hit Wellemeyer equally the same.
So he takes his final warm-up tosses. Elbow has bothered him a little bit over the last month or so. Had a turn pushed back, another one skipped in June, but he was a pitcher of the month in May, 4-0 with a 2.19. And he beat the Cubs that month on May 4th. 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs. The key umpires, Barksdale back at the plate, Eddings, Barrett, and the crew chief DeMuth on the bases. And how about that weather? 87 degrees. This feels a lot more like St. Louis than it did Friday when it was very temperate. Game time temperature was 75 Friday night.
And we never really talk about the wind in this ballpark. It doesn't seem to affect the play on the field very much, even when the flags above the stadium are moving quite a bit.
So Johnson will start it against Wellemeyer. And a called strike, and we're underway. Both teams again wearing the Stars and Stripes caps as part of the Welcome Back Veterans Weekend. Portion of the proceeds, as those caps will be sold, will go to Welcome Back Veterans. We mentioned the Cubs with a club record 7 All-Stars. The Cardinals with 2 representatives, Albert Pujols. As Johnson swings and misses. A strikeout to start it. Ryan Ludwig going for the first time in his career. 6th time for Pujols.
I got to tell you, Len, I'm glad to see Ryan Ludwig get in there. I mean, he's one of those guys, chances are he'll never have another first half of a season like he's had this year. I could be way off base on that, but there's a possibility this is his 1 All-Star year, and for him to be recognized, I think really took some foresight. Clint Hurdle obviously did his homework on picking the extras for the team, and congratulations to Ryan Ludwig.
Actually, for Pujols, it's his 7th All-Star selection. There's a bouncer hit by Terrio, and he'll be gunned down by Brendan Ryan.
I mean, the very definition is who's having an all-star type season this year, not necessarily over the course of your career. Who's having an all-star type season in the first half of 08, and certainly Ludwig fills that bill.
Now Derek Lee had 3 hits yesterday. A couple of nice defensive plays. And it's outside from Wellemeyer. As good as Wellemeyer has been this year, Bob, I mentioned the elbow issues lately. He's had a couple of really bad starts. 2 of his last 3 have not gone well. On June 13th, 3 1/3, he gave up 8 runs on 8 hits in a 20-2 loss. He then pitched 5 shutout innings at Detroit on June 26th. His last outing, he gave up 12 hits and 6 runs against the Mets in a 7-4 defeat.
And to that end, he's made some mechanical adjustments on the mound. He used to work exclusively off the far third base side of the rubber, but as you notice, as he takes his stance on that rubber now, he's right in the middle. Thought it would give him a better angle to work both sides of the plate. Looking at his pitch charts, he's basically away to left-handed hitters. He throws a fastball, a slider, a changeup, fastball, slider to righties, fastball, changeup to lefties. Mentioned that mechanical change, tried to center himself more on that rubber.
It'll be caught by the All-Star Ludwig, so Derek Lee lines out, and the Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the opening inning. Cardinals offense will face left-hander Sean Marshall when we return.
For great paint, shop Menards. Make walls, floors, and more look new with Dutch Boy. This is your second week to save on all Dutch Boy paints. Save $7 a gallon on any interior or exterior paint like DuraClean, DuraWeather, or Dimensions. Save $35 on a 5-gallon pail. Find the right look with over 1,200 colors on display, or bring in a sample and we'll match it for free. Plus, there is 0 interest till 2010 when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
The Arby's Rescue Brigade trains for the 2-for-4 beef and cheddar deal.
Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Gotta come right in and get some more. Gotta come right in and get some more. Beef and cheddar tastes oh so nice, and 2 for 4 is one great price.
2 for 4 beef and cheddar? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our 2 for $4 deal on the beef and cheddar. Made with our classic roast beef and smothered in savory cheddar cheese sauce. A deal so delicious you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
Let me get $10 on pump 3.
All right.
Make that $7 on 3. Oh. Make it $2 on 3. Wait a minute.
And 64 cents on number 5, please.
The new bigger double cheeseburger, just $1.59. AM, PM, too much good stuff.
Hey, yeah, there's this ATM surcharge rebate thingy on my statement.
Oh, that's a rebate for ATM fees
Charged to you by other banks. What?
Well, we just don't think you should have to pay to get your own money.
You don't.
Nope. That's why we rebate ATM fees on your lead checking account.
No matter whose ATM you use. I'm gonna need a second, Gina. So I don't have to pay to get my own money.
It's not just banking. It's National City.
Cubs did not score in the top of the first. Now the Cardinals Southwest starting lineup. Bob mentioned Joe Mather just called up from the minors. Ankiel, Pujols, Ludwig. It's Gloss, who's 0 for 20 this year against the Cubs. Molina is Torres, who just came off the DL. Wellemeyer, the pitcher, hitting 8. And Brendan Ryan, who's 0 for his last 11 in the 9th spot. As tall left-hander Sean Marshall deals ball 1. Lou liked the matchups with a couple of left-handers in this series against a Cardinal team that has been better this year versus righties. And then Sean was a lot better his last time out. 2 starts filling in for Carlos Zambrano. He did take the loss on the south side on Sunday night, but he went 7 innings and gave up just 3 runs. Previous outing, 4 runs in 4 2/3 against the Orioles.
Well, one thing that lefty will do is hopefully neutralize Rick Ankiel a little bit. Only 4 of his 18 home runs have come against left-handed pitching. Also, it puts Adam Kennedy on the bench, as well as Skip Schumacher. They're better offensive players at the position where Tony La Russa platoons.
They are 9 over against right-handed starters, 2 over versus lefties. And while they did not beat Ted Lilly yesterday, they did win the ball game. Lilly with a quality start, 6 innings, 2 runs. Mather, a 3rd-round pick out of Mount Point High School in Arizona in 2001. He was born in Idaho. Second time he's been with the big league Cardinals. Went 8 for 35 in 13 games, including 8 starts his first time around. Came up in late May and was sent back in mid-June. Another bouncer foul. All kinds of fun all-star notes. No team in the National League had more than 2 representatives except for the Cubs with, as we mentioned, a club record 7. They're tied with the Red Sox, also with 7 all-stars. Just missed. Lance Barksdale thought that ball was not in the zone. 3-2.
Speaking of barking, that's what Sean Marshall did after they got that non-call right there. He looked toward first base, let out a little bit of a bark, and then got right back up on the rubber there, ready to go to work on the 3-2 pitch.
Popped him up out into right center, and it's Reed Johnson making the catch. Sean had to work for it, but he got Mather, and it'll bring up Ankiel.
While we have a moment, let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Matt Merton in left field, Reed Johnson in center, Mark DeRosa in right field today. Ramirez and Terrio on the left side of the infield. Fontenot and Derek Lee on the right side. National League All-Star starting catcher Giovanni Soto behind the plate for left-hander Sean Marshall. Righties have done considerably better against the Cubs lefty this season. Nice get me over breaking ball there to jump ahead in the count to Rick Ankiel.
One strike offering. Hit hard, but he pulled it foul on the ground. Sean Gallagher is available in the bullpen. Made his last start on Thursday in San Francisco. He threw 74 pitches over 5 innings. And if needed, he can go today. Oh-2 on the way. Got him that time. Looked like a good fastball and well located from Sean Marshall.
Right on the outside corner. Nice job of receiving that pitch from Giovanni Soto. Ankiel likes that ball from the middle of the plate in where he can jerk pull. That pitch just on the outside corner for a called strike 3.
Now the 7-time All-Star Albert Pujols, who is 4 for 7 with a home run in this series. The homer was his 300th. That came on Friday. Second player in history to hit 300 home runs in his first 8 seasons. Ralph Kiner holds the record, 329 homers in his first 8 years. Eddie Matthews now third on that list with 299. 0-2 the count on Pujols. Just off the outside edge. Going to be a bit of a sweat box here today, isn't it? Lots of sunshine, temperatures in the mid to upper 80s.
A few wispy clouds around the area. I'm sure the players wouldn't mind a little bit of cloud cover today. This is more like St. Louis summertime weather. We caught a break those first 2 games of the series. Very comfortable conditions here in St. Louis, but the humidity and the temperature ratcheted up a little bit today.
Short center, and Johnson's not going to get there in time. It's past Fontenot and in front of Johnson. Now, Bob, some people would say that's just lucky, but do you believe that good hitters are able to find those dead spots in the outfield?
Oh, I believe that good hitters, strong hitters, especially like Albert Pujols, are able to miss hit balls and get base hits. Hit that one off the end of the bat a little bit, a breaking ball down, was able to go down and dig it out. Good hitters tend to get a lot of those over the course of the season. Well, Sean Marshall needs to pay some attention to Albert Pujols over there at first base. He's not a guy who normally runs, but with 2 outs in the inning, if Sean doesn't pay attention to him and allows him to get a walking lead, he might try to steal himself into scoring position.
Boy, Ryan Ludwig had a big performance yesterday, and he pops it up. Fontenot out, but it's going to be DeRosa, the right fielder, to make the catch, and that'll end the Cardinals first. Pujols with the blue base hit to keep the inning alive, but then Ludwig retired. 0-0 after 1.
My country is the sweet land of liberty of the I see.
This 4th of July, the people of Southwest Airlines join the people of the United States of America as we celebrate our independence.
From every mountain side, let freedom ring.
You are now free to celebrate your birthday, America.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
Why is the Toyota Tundra Motor Trend's 2008 Truck of the Year? Because Tundras. Why is Tundra the full-size pickup that's easy on your budget? Because Tundras. And it's built by Toyota, the leader in fuel efficiency. Lease a new 2008 Toyota Tundra for $329 a month or get 0% APR for 60 months. Toyota Tundra. Find out more at whytundra.com.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Post-Game Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Post-Game Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Monday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll recap the I-55 rivalry showdown as the Cubs and Cards continue to fight for the Central. Plus, we'll have the latest from Orlando as Derek Rose gets set to take on Michael Beasley in the Summer League. All that and more Monday at 5:30.
For the first time in history, Wrigley Field will host a minor league baseball game. The Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, will showcase Ryne Sandberg's Peoria Chiefs as they host the Kane County Cougars on July 29th. Don't miss a chance to be part of the action for this exciting event. For more information and to order tickets, visit Cubs.com. Here's Aramis. He was named to the All-Star team. And yesterday snapped a long 0 for 28 before he hit a go-ahead 2-run blast in the 8th inning. Now, the Cubs had 3 starters voted in by the fans. Soriano, Fukudome, and Soto. The players' vote put Ramirez, Dempster, and Wood on the team, and Clint Hurdle, the manager, with a few choices. And one of those choices was Carlos Zambrano. Out toward the gap, but Ankiel actually misplayed it. It goes over his head, and Ramirez is going to end up at second base. He took a very straight line, did not go back on it, and that ball took off on him. So that'll be a double for Ramos.
Now, Rick Ankiel has taken a funny line after a few fly balls in this series. Still athletic enough to make up for most of his mistakes, but that time way too shallow on his line over into the gap in right center field. And that ball just shot right past him.
So Ramirez on the All-Star team for the second time. He made the start in 2005. He's a reserve this time. Giovanni Soto, the first rookie in National League history to be elected to start at catcher in the All-Star game. He's the first Cubs catcher to start in the All-Star game since Gabby Hartnett in 1937. I'm sure we'll find out over the next day or so how many players have participated in the Futures game one year and then the following year have made not only the All-Star team but have started. He might be the first. Now you have the news release from Major League Baseball. What's the most interesting note?
Well, for me personally, the fact that Ryan Braun leapfrogged all the way from what we assumed was the 4th spot in the outfield voting to #1 with 3,800,000 plus votes. Almost 500,000 more than Alfonso Soriano, who ended up finishing 2nd in the voting.
Aramis is going to tag. Ludwig the catch. Throw to third is offline. Would have been a little late. Good backup there by the pitcher Wellemeyer. Ryan Ludwig, as I said earlier, with a big game yesterday and maybe the play of the game defensively as he threw out Jim Edmonds on a tag play at the plate as the Cubs were trying to tack on in the 8th inning.
Awfully long throw this time for Ludwig. Couldn't get a lot of momentum. Still makes a strong throw back to the infield. It tailed to the infield side of the bag at third and momentarily got past Troy Gloss. But as you mentioned, Wellemeyer right there to back it up. But Ramirez over to third base with 1 out in the inning. Good base running.
Mark DeRosa with a home run and a triple in game 2. He now has 11 home runs, just 2 off his career high for an entire season. He hit 13 with the Texas Rangers in 2006. And a base hit to right, and the Cubs lead as Ramirez will cross the plate 1-0. So the Cubs have scored first in all 3 games of this set.
You know, Mark DeRosa is thankful for that aggressive base running by Aramis Ramirez. Tagged up and went to third base. Forced the Cardinals to bring their infield in. And DeRosa just slapped that soft line drive over the right field side of the infield to plate's first run of the game.
A strike on Matt Merton. I don't know when the change was made. Jim Edmonds was in the original lineup, but I think it was quickly changed. He jammed his left thumb on the slide to the plate when he was tagged out by Yadier Molina yesterday, and we're assuming that that's still bothering him a little bit. Kosuke has struggled. Just 5 for his last 33. So Lou going with Merton in left, Johnson in center, and DeRosa over in right. And that gets away and allows DeRosa to get to second base. Here's that play from yesterday as Ludwig on a one-hop throw got Edmonds.
Now Molina came back one more step with that left foot to block off home plate, and that's when Edmonds jammed his thumb against the protective shin guard of Yadier Molina. It appeared that Edmonds came out to take some batting practice, and when he realized it wasn't going to be as good as he thought, that's when the lineup change was made.
Ankiel will come over into left center, and he'll catch it.
I don't know about you, Len. I was watching on TV that ball game yesterday. When Edmonds tagged up at third, it looked to me initially like he was going to start down the line and try to read the throw. If the throw was on line, he probably hits the brakes and goes back to third. If the throw was offline, then maybe he tries to score. But it didn't appear like he was running hard initially off the bag at third. I think if he had gone hard right away and committed all the way to scoring on that play, he probably beats that throw to the plate.
Called strike on Mike Fontenot, and while Troy Gloss was blocking his view, you do get help from your third base coach. Now, is it a simple go?
Yeah, I mean,
that the line from Mike Quaddy?
Ideally, the runner can see when the catch is made, because if you have to rely on a verbal signal from the third base coach, there's obviously going to be a slight delay by the time you hear it and then start running down that third baseline. So you try to get it in an angle where you can see the catch made, but as you said, Troy Gloss, the Cardinal third baseman, came over and tried to block Jim Edmonds' view.
We were talking before the game. You said that's pretty standard procedure, right?
Well, it happens a lot more than you realize. I don't know that every third baseman in baseball would be willing to go over and do something like that, but certainly a number of them have done that in the past. It's a little gamesmanship, nothing illegal about it. As long as you're not interfering with the runner, you're certainly allowed to stand wherever you want on the field of play, and if it happens to block the runner's view, then so be it.
We understand there is some crackling through our transmissions, and we are working to fix that audio issue, so hang with us. Three and one on Fontenot. The Cubs with a run here in the second. Swing and a miss, 3-2. Well, Gloss is a big guy, so he definitely can block your view.
Yeah, he's a one-man eclipse out there. If he tries to block your view, you're not going to see.
Popped him up, and it will be the aforementioned Gloss going over, battling the sun, and he makes the catch in foul territory to end the inning. Ramirez doubled to start it on a ball that was misplayed by Ankiel. A couple of batters later, DeRosa knocked him in. It's 1-0.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Chevy 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Chevys, like the HHR, with an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway. The Chevy 72-hour sale. See your local Chevy dealer today.
I've
box windshield, but nothing compares to the way that I see you when I sit in that old blue chair.
Paint? Me. Paint? Me. Paint me. Paint me. Paint me.
House telling you something? Lowe's has new lower prices all over the store. Paint, brushes, ladders, you name it. So come to Lowe's this July 4th weekend, and let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer credit card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
So what's on your mind, Luke? I think I'm in love. Before we,
For Luke Shapiro.
Oh, you're living, Luke. It's great, living.
It's gonna be.
You're a virgin? No. Nah.
I think it's time for our first lesson.
One dope summer.
Here it is, a groove slightly transformed. It's cool, right? Bit of a break.
Crazy, yo. Mad crazy.
Just a little something to break the monotony of all
The whackness.
Don't touch my daughter.
Stepdaughter. Rated R. Starts Friday. Only in theaters.
Last of the second, Cubs lead the Cardinals 1-0. And again, the Cubs with a club record 7 All-Stars. They had 6 in 1988 and way back in 1936. But one of the 7 All-Stars is live with us from the dugout. Ryan Dempster, congratulations. You were there as a starter in 2000. And wow, what a great thing for you going back as a starter after you were a closer.
Yeah, it's a tremendous honor, obviously, when you go to an All-Star game, and to do it on such a good team. So many guys having great years, and that's obviously indicative of our record. We're in first place and doing well. So it'll be a lot of fun at Yankee Stadium the last year there, and I'm happy, and I'm glad I'm going. And long way left to go. I got a big start on Tuesday, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
2 balls, no strikes on Troy Gloss.
What's it like to go to the All-Star game with 6 of your teammates and your skipper? I mean, no team had more than 2 All-Stars other than you guys.
Yeah, it's obviously pretty neat, pretty interesting, and going to be a lot of fun when you have that many guys that you're comfortable around to be in the same locker room and to be on an All-Star team, and so many guys having good years and guys getting voted in, and to see obviously one of the guys I'm probably the most excited for is Woody, just coming back from everything he came back, and to go into closing his first year and make an All-Star team. It's awesome.
It is nice because you go from closer to starter. Kerry, now the closer, had been a starter and had pitched in short relief the last couple of years, but it's just great to see.
No, it really is. It's awesome. Everybody, just seeing everybody do as well as they've done, and you look at a guy like Soto, first rookie to start an All-Star game ever, and a lot of exciting times, and it's great, and it's an honor for all of us, but at the same time, we got to still take care of business out on the field and keep playing games and trying to win as many baseball games as we can going into the break.
I'm sorry, Ryan. What kind of advice can you give to Giovanni Soto going to his first All-Star game? I have to believe the Butterflies are going to be going crazy come game time, but you've been to a couple of All-Star games now. Might you say anything to him leading up to the ball game?
No, I mean, he's so level-headed as it is. It seems like he's been catching back there forever. He's so comfortable. He's got a great poise, great attitude, great demeanor. So, yeah, and I think having so many guys around will make an even more comfortable experience for him. And I'm sure of all of us are going to have butterflies. Anytime you go to an All-Star game, no matter how many times you've been there, you're definitely very excited and very honored to be there.
Carlos Zambrano, I'm sure, wants to be in the home run derby. I heard that Soto said he thinks he can win it. I doubt he'll be allowed to participate, but do you think he could win it?
If he gets in one of those grooves, I think he could. I'd like to see him at least be able to get a chance to take BP just so he can put on a little bit of a show with those nice, wonderful batting practice balls they use there at the All-Star game.
Hey, you've done a nice job at the plate, and with all the sacrifice bunts this year, and I know you had a little bet with your manager. Are you going to come through on that or what?
I'm trying to go ahead and get as many down as I can in a row. So if I keep doing that, hopefully I'll get a chance to maybe get on first base and try something crazy.
Well, if they have a sacrifice bunt competition at the All-Star festivities, I'm betting on you, Demps.
Well, I appreciate that, BB.
We're here with Ryan Dempster. Second time he's been on the All-Star team, back in 2000 as well with the Florida Marlins. Now, you're going to start Tuesday and I believe Sunday, so we don't even know if you'll be available, but that's not the point here, is it?
I think I'll be available. Obviously, that's a long ways away, and like I said, I'm just worried about trying to go out there and win a ball game on Tuesday, and then once the weekend's over and the All-Star game comes around, hopefully I'll have a chance to get out there and pitch an inning.
You know, Ryan, all kidding aside about your sacrifice bunting, when you knew you were going back into the rotation this year, you've worked extremely hard on the offensive part of the game, on your defense, on all the other things that a starting pitcher has to do in order to keep yourself in the ballgame a little bit longer. Can you talk about just some of the things maybe you did this offseason and in spring training to prepare for your role this year?
Well, yeah, I think, you know, pitching's obviously the biggest part when you're out there, but there's other things that, you know, can help you win ball games, whether it's getting a bunt down for that extra run or fielding your position, turn double play, just making the routine plays and holding runners, things like that allow you to stay in ball games a little bit longer than and give you an opportunity to win that game. So I take a lot of pride in all that. I don't just consider myself just a pitcher. I try to be a baseball player, and you know, I'm not going to go out there and hit like Z or anything like that, but I like to think I can at least, you know, give you an at-bat and try and help out whoever I can.
Molina pops it up. It's Derek Lee underneath, and he will make the catch. And Demp, a tough ninth for Kerry Wood yesterday, but he was a pitch away from getting out of it. I know you've been in that spot before. He has been so good all season, and he seems to have that mentality where you can bounce right back.
No, absolutely. I think you know, if there's one guy here today who wants to play like nobody else, it's Woody. He wants right back out there, and he's been a huge reason for our team's success, just the way he's been able to come in and close the games down. And hey, you're not going to be perfect. It's a hard job out there. Guys are going to give you their best at bat in the ninth inning all the time, and he's been dominating. And he was one pitch away from getting it out of it yesterday. And I think, you know, as bad as it seemed because we lost the game, you look at it, we had bases loaded, none out, and he was right there from almost getting a chance to come away with the victory. So we'd like to see him back out there again today for a W.
All right, Ryan, you can tell everybody you're now a broadcaster. You've always been a broadcaster. Hey, we're really, really happy for you. Well-deserved congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
That's Ryan Dempster, Cubs All-Star. 1-0 Cubs.
No explosions. No fireworks. No holds barred sale. The Bob Rorman Auto Group's 4th of July weekend sell-off. Friday, Saturday, Monday only. Save from $2,000 to $7,000. You can even get 0 APR for 24 to 60 months. More than 6,000 new and used cars available. 6,000. Bob Rorman. The Bob Rorman Auto Group. See all of our stores online at bobrorman.com.
Elevate your Chicago sports coverage.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Extended highlights, in-depth interviews, and news from Chicago sports fans like you.
Sports Night, tonight on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
'77 Harley-Davidson Lowrider /cut exhaust. 2008 Night Train powder-coated twin-cam engine. Miller Lite, first brewed 1973. Perfect combination of refreshment and taste. Next.
Miller Lite, the ultimate light beer.
Thanks to All-Star Ryan Dempster, coming off Tommy John surgery a few years ago, back as a starter, and he's in the All-Star game. Sean Marshall's done a nice job today. Got Gloss on a ground out to second. Molina popped out to Derek Lee, and then his tourist flying to right. So now Marshall bats for the first time. 1 ball, 1 strike. More great notes, Bob. Dempster and Zambrano joined Kerry Wood as the first Cubs starting pitcher relief pitcher combo at the All-Star game since Rick Sutcliffe and Mitch Williams in 1989. Kosuke Fukudome, first rookie outfielder in club history to make the squad. Was a 4-time All-Star in Japan. as Marshall swings and misses, and that'll bring up Reed Johnson with 1 out. Second strikeout for Wellemeyer. Soriano, 7th straight year he's been an All-Star, 5th time as a starter. Hate to speculate too much, Bob, but at this point you'd have to say you'd be very surprised if he's going to be back and ready to play in the All-Star game. He has to basically be back on the active Cubs roster and be in game action before next Sunday to even have a legitimate chance to play in the All-Star game. It won't be his first game back. Cubs don't want to push it too much just for him to participate in what essentially is an exhibition game, as big an honor as it is.
Hey, you thought possibly after taking some batting practice yesterday, if he came back today with no weakness or no discomfort in that left hand and was able to hit again today and tomorrow and so forth and so on, that maybe depending on whether he goes out on a minor league rehabilitation assignment or not, he may have been back in time to play a few games at the big league level for the Cubs leading into the All-Star break, but it looks like that's a real long shot at this point.
No BP today, still a little weakness in the left hand. So the earliest he would be back in the cage would be Tuesday.
It's easy for me to sit up here in the booth and say his primary concern should be coming back and helping his team win games, because that's the ultimate goal this season, is for the Cubs to get to the promised land. And an All-Star game is nice. Fonzie's been to a bunch of them. I know it's at Yankee Stadium where his career started, and I know there's a certain allure to that, but your first priority has to be to your ball club.
And I believe, and I think we discussed this the last time he was on the DL, he can refuse a minor league rehab assignment, correct?
Yeah, you can't force a guy to go to the minor leagues.
There's a flare hit for Johnson as he'll round first and hold there with a single.
I mean, I made my feelings about that very well known last time. I think it's in the player's best interest to go down there and see some live pitching, get underneath the lights and play some games. You can only simulate so much in batting practice or in a batting cage or in infield practice before a ball game. You actually have to get out there and play game speed. And Soriano did not do that last time, and he suffered for it. It took him 4 or 5 games to get back into the swing of things, and of course he got red hot after that. You'd like to believe that if he played those 4 or 5 games in the minor leagues, he would have come back blazing.
Long pause by Wellemeyer, and now Terrio asks for time. Well, the worst case scenario is you come back and immediately re-aggravate it. The first at bat, you're back. At least if it happens in the minors, you know, you haven't put yourself out there, so to speak. Very close at first. Johnson just got back. You might have heard the safe call from Doug Eddings on our field microphone.
Looked like they caught Reed leaning just a little bit towards second base, possibly a hit and run, maybe a straight steal, not really certain, but just able to get the hand back in under the Pujols tag.
Called strike. And the other thing, you know, we've talked about many times is just the speed of game action and all that adrenaline that gets going. You can swing really hard in batting practice, but there's nothing quite like swinging hard in front of 40,000 people with a pitcher throwing in anger,
trying to get you out, not trying to let you see how far you can hit it. I mean, you know, there are situations over the course of a season, especially late in the year, where you want your guy to come off that DL and go right back into the lineup. You just don't want to waste any bullets at the minor league level, especially if you're in a pennant race. But when you've got a big chunk of the season left to go, and it's a guy that's as important to the team as Soriano is to this Cubs ball club, I'd rather have him come back at 100%.
Johnson's going to hold at second base, back-to-back singles with 1 out. Well, and I think the the other point to make is that Soriano really is not used to going on the DL. He had never gone on the DL prior to last year. You like the fact that he wants to get back and to help his team. But I'm sure the veterans of the DL, guys who've been on 6 or 7 times, they're much more likely to accept that assignment because they know how long it takes for you to come back.
Especially for a hand or a wrist injury. I've said that many times in the past. It seems like those always take a little bit longer than you expect to get back to 100%.
Derek Lee hits the first pitch in the air, and Pujols will give it a look, but it's back beyond the tarp and about 6 rows up.
I had a player in Arizona one time, a veteran player, well-respected veteran player. He'll remain nameless. Coming off the disabled list, we wanted him to go out on a rehab assignment. He talked it over with his agent and came back and said he would go down for 1 game, and took himself out of that ball game after 2 at-bats. So as an organization, your hands are kind of tied. The player doesn't have to approve a rehabilitation assignment to the minor leagues.
Well, remember, Derek Lee cut his rehab short when he was hurt a couple of years ago. Trying to come up with a hit here. A 1-1 pitch is outside. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, one thing about facing Todd Wellemeyer, you can be pretty sure you're going to get a couple or 3 fastballs every time you step into that batter's box. He likes to challenge hitters. He's got a mid-90s fastball. Occasionally he'll throw a 2-seamer, but mostly it's just 4-seam gas.
Check swing. They'll go down to first. No swing. That was a big non-swing call in the 9th inning yesterday. Yadier Molina, the second batter of the inning, on a 2-2 pitch, went a lot further than that.
Yeah.
And I think should have been called a strike. It was not. He then walked to help set up that inning. 3-1 to Lee. Fouled away. 3-2.
Now, the comment I just made about getting fastballs from Todd Wellemeyer, that's all well and good, but if he's able to locate them like he did on that last pitch, that fastball was at the knees on the outside corner. All Derek Lee could do was foul it off. You just hope he makes some mistakes up over the heart of the plate with that straight fastball.
And Johnson almost got picked off. It was a high throw, and it got away from Ryan.
Now, see, the damage there, even though he doesn't get picked off, he was obviously going to run on that pitch. Now you may have to change your strategy completely if you're Lou Piniella. The Cardinals have been alerted that Johnson was going to be on the move on that pitch. It really changes the possible outcome of the inning, changes at least what Lou Piniella wanted to do in this inning.
They do run, and it's bounced foul into the seats.
Boy, and very important that Ryan Theriot, the trail runner, get as much of a jump at first base and go hard to second. With Derek Lee at the plate, there's a possibility that Troy Gloss will hold his position. They'll let Reed Johnson run to third base because they don't want to evacuate that third base position. But Ryan Theriot, stealing second base, has got to make sure he can get down there because they'll probably throw through to this bag at second.
Runners go again. A rainbow to right. Both runners see it. And they'll remain at their respective bases with 2 outs in the inning. Here comes Ramirez, who doubled and scored in the second.
Well, Ronald Ramirez with a big home run in the ball game yesterday. Our Coors Light freeze cam note the location of the pitch down and out over the plate. And he just literally beat up on the White Sox a week ago. Everything was down and out over the plate where he could extend his arms like he did on that home run yesterday.
Everybody had been busting him in with fastballs, but Ryan Franklin tried to sneak a breaker in there, and as you said, it was very hittable. Wellemeyer will turn 30 on August 30th. 6'3", 225 pounds. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. Base hit into left. Johnson's going to try to score. Picked up by Mather. Here's a throw toward the plate. Cut off by Gloss. 2-0. Well, Ramirez heating up again.
Not much of a book on Joe Mather out there in left field. Larry Rothschild was on the phone before the ball game today trying to get some reports from our minor league affiliates. And you can see Mather has the ball about a step before Reed Johnson hit the bag at third base. That should indicate a close play at the plate. We'll never know because Troy Gloss cut that ball off. But despite all his adventures on the bases, they're nearly getting picked off twice. Reed Johnson comes around to score the second run of the game.
Well, I guess in the end, no harm, no foul. He was able to survive that run around the bases. So the Cubs lead 2-0. This has been a familiar score for the Cubs this weekend. They were up 2-0 into the 8th inning on Friday night. And they scored the first 2 runs yesterday. 0-2 on Soto. And he struck him out. That's the 3rd out. 2 Ks for Wellemeyer, but the Cubs had 3 singles, including an RBI hit from Ramirez. 2-0.
Ever wonder how you just know someone was about to call? We believe that calls should be free. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
We've sold thousands of quality used cars, but actually, quality used cars sell themselves. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein of the David Bruce Auto Center. Our factory-trained technicians go through every used car. The ones that pass go on our lot. The ones that don't, they go somewhere else. At the David Bruce Auto Center, we take the risk out of buying. We believe it's the only way to buy a used car.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like never before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and see the press box, locker room, dugouts, and more. With the new expanded summer schedule, it's now more convenient than ever to experience beautiful Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Don't let the gentle sway fool you. This is high country barley. It's found here, where the air is crisp and the soil is rich. Perfect for growing full-bodied barley, giving Coors that full-flavored taste. Savored by generations since 1873. It's the way they like it. It's the way we like it. Neither one of us is much for compromising. Coors, the banquet beer.
Hey, Cubs fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet on demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel 999 to look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs games on demand, not available in all areas. Pitcher Wellemeyer hitting 8th. Tony La Russa has stuck to this idea of the pitcher hitting 8th. They mentioned John Russell of the Pirates has started to do it. The Brewers are not doing it. They began the year with Jason Kendall. When he was in the lineup, he would hit 9th. Swing and a miss. Good breaker from Marshall as he gets the pitcher. battle the Reds this Thursday. Game starts at 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 5,000 girls 14 and younger will receive a limited edition American Girl doll-sized Chicago Cubs uniform. Compliments of Bank of America. Brendan Ryan hitting ninth. He's 0 for his last 11. Get me over curve. He got it over. Too low.
Yeah, that get me over breaking ball is a lot like when a pitcher's warming up in a bullpen before the ball game. You're not trying to bury it in the dirt. You're not trying to get a swing and miss. You're assuming that batter's going to take a called strike, so you just roll it up there for strike one.
This will be Ramirez to Lee. So as a hitter, Bob, generally that first pitch, you don't necessarily assume it's going to be a fastball, but you're thinking if I swing at it, I'm probably looking fastball, right?
Absolutely. I mean, whatever it is you handle best. Some guys like the ball middle away and up. Some guys like the ball middle in and down. Wherever your happy zone is, that's where you look fastball first pitch. Now, when Cito Gaston was my hitting coach in Toronto, he was a firm believer that there are pitchers out there that you're better served going to the plate and looking breaking ball first pitch. Some guys that have established themselves throughout history that's what they like to do, is that line drive off the glove of Theriot on into center field. I'm sure that'll be a base hit. I would assume that'll be a base hit. If you're facing a pitcher that throws a lot of first pitch breaking balls, maybe you go to the plate and look first pitch breaking ball. Line drive just off the webbing of Theriot's glove on out into center field. Ball was hit extremely hard. Might have been knuckling on Ryan a little bit.
So they gave Mather a single, and that keeps the inning alive for Ankiel. Fontenot plays just on the grass back of his second base position. Big swing and a miss, and it was at a breaking ball. I know I asked you the unanswerable question when that happens, but was Ankiel looking for a fastball or was he looking for a curveball in a different spot?
I think he was looking for a fastball. He got fooled by that pitch. Sean Marshall disguised the rotation on that slider very well and got the awkward swing and a miss. If you swing at a breaking ball like that on first pitch, he was way out in front of it. It tells me he was looking for a fastball.
Now, if you sit on a breaking ball early in the count and you get a fastball, you can look pretty ugly, right?
You almost have to take it, yeah, because otherwise you're going to foul it into the opposite dugout. You're not going to be on time if you're looking for an off-speed pitch.
You saw Ankiel kind of sit back and foul that one off.
And that's one of the things a catcher and a pitching coach will look for. If a batter goes to the plate and consistently takes fastballs down the middle of the plate early in the sequence, it tells you he's probably sitting on an off-speed pitch. So we want to continue to go after him hard early in the count.
A man on 2 down and an 0-2 pitch to Ankiel, and it's outside. Cubs have 5 hits, 4 singles and a double. Cardinals with 2 singles, one by Pujols in the first, and now Mather here in the third. Make it 3 hits. And it brings up Pujols.
Ankiel has shown me enough the last couple of years that he's a good hitter. If you're going to challenge him with a fastball in that situation, it has to be in a better location than that. Either down, move it onto the corners, elevate it up high out of the strike zone, because he is steadily looking to hit that fastball.
He's very good on anything up.
Well, I say it all the time. Pitchers make mistakes. I'm sure that's not where Sean Marshall wanted that pitch, but if pitchers never made mistakes, nobody would ever hit.
Got that curve over on Pujols. Well, Tony La Russa knows what he's doing. He's not going to put a left-handed hitter behind Pujols today against Marshall. Not going to give him any reason to want to walk him. He has an all-star on deck, Ryan Ludwig. He's really stacked the lineup with righties. The only lefty was a guy who just had a hit, Ankiel. His tourist switch hits. The 1-1. That's low. Albert Pujols is always going to put up big numbers. He has since the day he got to the big leagues. When you talk about offensive success and maybe overall Cardinals success, a big key to their season is who hits in front and behind him. And right now they have Ankiel and Ludwig, who have combined for 34 home runs around Pujols. 3-1. The 3-1 pitch out in front, 3-2.
You pitch yourself into a situation where you're almost committed to continue throwing breaking balls. He tried to nip the outside corner with a couple of backdoor sliders, ran the count to 3-1. Well, that's still a real good hitter's count, a real good fastball count. Sean Marshall refused to give in, threw him another breaking ball. That time he jerked it foul down that left field line. Now all bets are off, 3-2. It's a little more of an open count now.
You see Mather at the bottom of your screen. He's the lead runner at second. Ankiel's at first. And we were told Mather runs very well for his size. They both go on the 3-2 to Pujols. DeRosa's going to go back. He's going to have room, however, on the warning track to end the inning. That's a big, big out for Sean Marshall. And the Cubs still lead 2-0.
How do you want to see the game? You want to be closer? Well, this is no ordinary ticket. This is your ticket to baseball heaven in high definition. Sharp Aqua's the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. And with a blazing 4-millisecond response time and a super fast refresh rate, there isn't a shot in the hole or a streamer down the line that will singe the hair in your nostrils. It will change your baseball-loving life.
Aqua's LCD TV. Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
The Arby's Rescue Brigade trains for the 2-for-4 beef and cheddar deal.
Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Gotta come right in and get some more. Gotta come right in and get some more. Beef and cheddar tastes oh so nice, and 2 for 4 is one great prize. 2
for 4 beef and cheddars? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our 2 for $4 deal on the beef and cheddar. Made with our classic roast beef and smothered in savory cheddar cheese sauce. A deal so delicious you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
Get on the fast track to your dreams with AT&T Advanced TV, which offers a wide selection of programming and more HD channels than cable. Plus, get $50 cash back with qualifying AT&T Advanced TV plans, DVR included. TV could be a channel to where you want to be.
Are you working on your research?
Of course. AT&T is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team.
When they score 10, you score 10. If a Chicago baseball team scores 10 runs or more in a game, email your name and address to SACOF10@ComcastSportsNet.com. 100 lucky winners will win a free White Castle Sack of 10. Baseball fans and Comcast subscribers, Cubs and Sox games are now available on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Don't miss a second of your favorite team's games. Comcast cable subscribers just go to Digital Channel 999 and watch Cubs and Sox games on demand.
Time to get today's Aflac trivia question. Who led the Cardinals in home runs in the 2000 season? Well, we'll give you a hint. It was not Mark McGwire, and it was not Albert Pujols. My first thought was I have absolutely no idea, and then I thought about it a little bit. I could make what I think would be a strong guess, but I'll wait.
Me, I'll cheat.
At least you're honest.
Going to the media.
You're
guys.
an honest cheater. Mark DeRosa, we mentioned with the 11 home runs, he had 10 all of last year in 149 games. Now the danger when you hear that number is all of a sudden you don't want Mark DeRosa to think he's a home run hitter and to start just swinging for the fences, but I don't think that'll happen.
Well, you think about the location of his home run, a lot of them come to the opposite field. That's a good sign. I think some hitters get into trouble when they hit a home run to their pull field and then they try to pull another home run the next game and the next game and the next game. As long as you stay with your game plan, and for Mark DeRosa, that's basically try to stay up the middle of the field. That way, if you're a little ahead of the pitch, you've got a chance to keep it fair to left field. If you're a little behind the pitch, you have a chance to keep it fair to right field.
Very few players will ever admit that they try to hit home runs. And I happen to believe that if they say they've never tried it, they're probably lying. At least once or twice. I mean, if you have 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 career at bats, you're telling me you've never tried to hit a home run? That works served into center.
Well, especially you get those 2-0, 3-1 counts,
right.
And maybe nobody on base and 2 outs in the inning. What the heck? I'm going to try to tee one up here and let it fly. Here was Mark DeRosa's home run in a ball game yesterday.
And Keel, he looks up.
Comes to the opposite field, right center, about 4 rows deep into the bleachers out there. Yeah, as long as the approach is good, the home runs will come naturally. But I tend to agree with you. I think every hitter who's capable of hitting a home run at some point in their career has tried to really let one go.
Dribble toward third. Merton got out of the box a little bit slow, and he didn't hit it hard, so Gloss's only play was to first base. DeRosa's at second. And it brings up the 8-hitter Mike Fontenot. Boy, they give. I was going to say Gloss went over to repair a divot. I was going to say he way off the line. He still is off the line, not nearly as much as he was about 2 seconds ago. They give him a lot of room down that left field line. Ankiel battling the sun. He has it. It's interesting, isn't it, to see how different teams play Cubs hitters, and they're not all the same. You always talk about the Braves and how they overshift probably more than any team.
Well, it's just based on that particular ball club's history against the Cubs and what a guy has done against them in the past, and then you compare that with what he's done recently from your advanced scouting reports. Sometimes a guy will get a little pull crazy, and maybe you adjust your defense a little more than you normally would, but it is interesting to see some teams play Derek Lee to pull, and they'll slide the center fielder over a few steps into left center. All the infielders will shift a step or two to their left, but most teams play D. Lee to hit the ball the opposite field in the outfield, straight up in the infield. And we've seen differences with a lot of the Cubs hitters this year. Occasionally, Aramis Ramirez will get a little bit of a pull shift on the infield, but they play straight up in the outfield. But we've seen teams play him to hit the ball the opposite field in the outfield.
Marshall lines out to Izturis. Leadoff single doesn't yield any runs. Cubs 2, Cardinals nothing as we go to the last of the fourth.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way. And it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Buick Pontiac GMC 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Buicks, Pontiacs, and GMCs, like the G6 sedan. With an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway, the Buick Pontiac GMC 72-hour sale. See your Buick Pontiac GMC dealer today.
You don't have to be stuck with your old windows, siding, or doors. Replace them now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
No job's too small. Get free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Time to answer the Aflac trivia question. Who led the Cardinals in homers in the 2000 season? Did you find the answer?
Yes, indeed, I did. And there's always some kind of a tie into the series that we're playing right now, so the answer is Jim Edmonds.
42 home runs.
Yeah, after Jim Edmonds' 42 homer season in 2000, it's pretty much been the Albert Pujols story.
Well, he's tied for the team lead right now with Ankiel each with 18. Ludwig not too far behind with 16. All right, Marshall continues to get that breaking ball over the plate early in the count. This is not the first time he has faced the Cardinals this year, but it is the first time this season as a starter. Couple relief appearances did not allow a run in that series in early May. He's 1-1 lifetime and 6 games and 4 starts with a 4.66 earned run average. Made his major league debut against the Cardinals on April 9th, 2006. That turns away Ludwig. You talked about, pretty neat story. Ludwig making the All-Star team, had left hip surgery in 2002, had a screw inserted into the hip after he fractured it. He goes Oppo and DeRosa. He is there to make the over-the-shoulder catch. It was similar to Bo Jackson's career-ending injury. Came back from that, couple of right knee operations prior to 2004. He's bounced around a little bit. Now Ryan Ludwig is an All-Star. Here's Gloss, who is now 0 for 21 with 9 strikeouts this season versus the Cubs. Inside corner strike. Curveball strike.
Nice sequence here so far from Sean Marshall. Pounded that fastball inside, freezing up Troy Gloss. He wants to get his arms extended. Uses a big, long bat, stands off the plate. He wants to reach out there and hook the ball back to left field. Usually teams attack him with fastballs in on his hands and then more curves more so than sliders. Sliders are right about in the middle of his bat speed. But the big curveball breaking more north and south is a good pitch against him.
They go in again, and he pulled it foul. Got him on the curveball, called strike 3. Marshall's dealing today.
Well, he's really got a good curveball going. He's had good command of his fastball. His slider has kind of been there for him at times and deserted him at times, but as long as he's got two good go-to pitches in this ball game, he can afford to feel for that slider as the game progresses. And the good thing about the sliders, when he's missed in his favor. When he's tried to throw the backdoor slider to righties, he's left it further off the plate away.
Molina's hitting 12 straight at a 364 clip. 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Two-out base hit. All their hits have come with 2 outs. All 4 of them.
I'll tell you what that does, Len. It takes Tony La Russa out of the equation. If you get a leadoff man on against the Cardinals, Tony will manage. He'll bunt and run. He'll hit and run. He'll straight steal. He'll try to do something to get his offense jump-started. But if you get the first 2 outs in the inning quickly and that 2-out base hit, Tony's hands are tied at this point, especially with Yadier Molina, the runner at first. He's not going to go anywhere.
Terrio backs up, and he'll hit Fontenot at second base. So as Torres hits into a fielder's choice to end the inning. On to the 5th in the rubber game today. Cubs 2, Cardinals nothing.
Don't let the gentle sway fool you. This is high country barley. It's found here, where the air is crisp and the soil is rich. Perfect for growing full-bodied barley, giving Coors that full-flavored taste, savored by generations since 1873. It's the way they like it. It's the way we like it. And neither one of us is much for compromising. Coors, the banquet beer.
First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is...
The 2008 Toyota RAV4. Rated at 27 miles per gallon, you're good to go. Anywhere. Visit your Toyota dealer and lease one now for just $249 a month. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
I build 400-foot breakers.
I help design robotic systems for some of the world's largest companies. I build controls for F-16 fighters.
If you're looking for an exciting career, you belong here.
Morrison Institute of Technology.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Hey fans, this Friday is Ballpark Franks Day at Wrigley Field. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs retractable banner compliments of Ballpark Franks. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Giants at 1:20 on Ballpark Franks Day.
First pitch from Wellemeyer to Johnson in the 5th is a strike. Glenn Casper along with 1984 National League All-Star Bob Brenly as Johnson has his second hit. You got to play in your home park.
Yeah, that was quite
84.
exciting. A teammate of mine, Chili Davis, and I both made the All-Star team in '84. I remember we lost the ball game the night that Frank Robinson, our skipper, told us we were going to the All-Star game. So it was very subdued in the clubhouse, a few handshakes from some teammates, and got in the car to drive home and rolled down the windows and screamed my head off.
Theriot with a base hit. Back-to-back singles. They did it back in the third inning with one out. This time with nobody down, with the heart of the order coming up.
Jumping on that first fastball, middle of the plate for Ryan Theriot. Takes it right back up the middle of the field. Good start to the inning here for the Cubs.
I'll tell you, guys don't go into the season saying, I'm going to be an all-star this year. They say, I want to help my team win a World Series. But when that announcement is made, that's a big deal. As Derek Lee sends it deep, that ball going back. Mather after it on the track. Didn't get it. Johnson will have to stop at third. The runners had to wait. I think Mather got a glove on it. It was right up near the barrier, and the bases are loaded. Boy, it was up in the air a long time, wasn't it?
It really was, and the way Mather went after that ball actually worked in the Cardinals' favor because neither base runner could go. It looked like Mather had a bead on it right up until the last instant. He jumped against the wall. Reed Johnson wasn't sure. Mather looked like he was going to make a play. He still isn't sure whether to go or not, and then the ball finally bounces off the wall, and only then can Reed Johnson move up to third base.
Yeah, he simply missed it. It was a little bit to his right. Kind of tough to see because of the white sign, but it landed maybe a foot and a half to the right of his glove.
And Mather dealing with the sun out there as well. I mentioned the wind earlier in the game never appears to be much of a factor here at New Busch Stadium, but either way, Cubs have them loaded now with the heart of their order coming up.
But Derek missed a 3-run homer by less than a foot, a couple of inches. That ball could have bounced the other way. Mark DeRosa with a grand slam in San Francisco. It's set up here for Aramis, who all of a sudden seems to be back. 3 hits in his last 4 at-bats, including the home run yesterday, double and an RBI single today. Cardinals play Gloss even with a bag at third. Actually, he just came in a little bit more. They're in double play depth the rest of the way around. That's not going to matter as Ankiel will make the catch. Johnson will easily score. The throw's going to go to third base. And Theriot is in there as well. It's a sac fly for Aramis. 3-0.
We talked about Ankiel on Friday. Probably the one thing keeping him from being elevated in the Gold Glove caliber defense is his willingness to throw. He's got a tremendously strong throwing arm. Reed Johnson's going to score easily on the play. Ryan Theriot tagged up and went to third. People close to the Cardinals ball club say he tries to do too much with that great throwing arm.
So one all-star with a sac fly, another one coming up, Giovanni Soto. If you just joined us, 7 Cubs, that's a club record, have made the all-star team. Their manager will be on the coaching staff. And there will be a ton of Hall of Famers there. Billy Williams has been invited to the all-star game. We're not sure if Ernie Banks will be there. Hopefully he will be. So the Cubs will be very well represented at Yankee Stadium. 6-4-3. That ends the inning, so the Cubs can't get any more than the one they got. But they lead 3-0.
People think life in California is one big vacation. It's really a lot of work.
We have board meetings. Lots of board meetings.
We're always playing catch up. We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it.
So if California seems like your kind of work,
when can you start?
Find yourself in California. With over 95 daily flights from Chicago Midway to cities in California, Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
I see skies blue.
Some discover it through the wonder of others. Some experience it volunteering their time, while others find it through the expectation of tomorrow. It's wellness. And at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, yours means the world to us. Because when it all comes together, we want to give you the confidence to experience wellness everywhere.
What a wonderful world.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Buick Pontiac GMC 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Buicks, Pontiacs, and GMCs, like the G6 sedan. With an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway, the Buick Pontiac GMC 72-hour sale. See your Buick Pontiac GMC dealer today.
From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Chris Bowden here. Club record 7 Cubs are going to the All-Star game at Yankee Stadium, including 3 starters, Soriano, Fukudomi, and Soto. The White Sox will send at least 2. Joe Crudi and Carlos Quentin, Jermaine Dye can still be voted in by fans. Remember, Cubs post-game live with Dan Plesac coming up after the game. Now let's go back to Busch with Len and Bob.
Thanks, Chris. The Cubs have gotten off to good starts all weekend. They did win Friday. They lost yesterday, and they're up 3-0 today.
Giovanni Soto grounded into a double play, but you see Yadier Molina was going to pick off at third base right there. That's the kind of thing that kind of gets lost in this shuffle. A good advanced scout up in the stands would have noticed that, made a note of it on the report. Molina was set to pick at third base on a ground ball double play. Of course, it's no surprise Molina trying to pick guys off. He's got 4 already this season, 23 since the 05 season.
That's it for Wellemeyer. Adam Kennedy is going to pinch hit for the Cardinals pitcher. That's too low. 2 balls, no strikes. He had an RBI double in the 9th to pull the Cardinals within 1. And he's sitting pretty here, 3-0. Chris Perez up, a right-hander for St. Louis. The double was on a ball hit down the right field line with Derek Lee playing in, thinking they were going to bunt. He did not, and it ended up being a big hit. Marshall back in at 3-2. Merton was playing shallow. He's going to have to lay out. Can't get it. Gets by him. Got a little bit of a break as that ball must have had some English on it because it took a left turn and hit the sidewall. It was probably going to be a double either way. But if that ball had kept rolling into the corner, it could have been a lot of trouble.
Yeah, could have been a lot of trouble is exactly right. You called it right, Lenny. Hit it right off the end of the bat. A lot of side English. Looked like Merton might have even made some contact with that baseball, but it hits the sidewall and stays right there for him. We're able to hold Kennedy to a double. What could have been at least a triple, maybe more if it gets all the way down into that corner.
But it brings up Ryan. Showed bunt, took a curve for a strike. First time today the Cardinals have put the leadoff man on. It's the first time they've had a runner with less than 2 outs, in fact. They made several roster moves today. We talked about Izturis being activated off the disabled list and Joe Mather being recalled from AAA Memphis. They had to make room for those guys. The 0-1. Ground ball to the right side. That'll move the runner Kennedy to third. 1 out. Brian Barton, an outfielder, was placed on the 15-day disabled list. He has a right wrist fracture. That had been bothering him for a while. So he's out. And they also optioned starting pitcher, right-hander Mitchell Boggs to Memphis. Well, they have to replace Boggs in the starting rotation, and it's going to be Mark Mulder on Wednesday. He came back and has been in their bullpen. He has made 2 relief appearances. We're guessing he's probably not available today. I guess he threw before the ball game, but he's going to start on Wednesday. Cubs will give up a run if they can get an out here. Ramirez possibly could go to the plate. Derek Lee as well, but they're back up the middle.
Well, you'd have to assume that Mark Mulder start will be on a very strict pitch count. He's only thrown as much as 1 inning in an outing. 1 inning one time, a third of an inning another time, pitching out of the bullpen.
He's coming back from 2 shoulder surgeries. The 0-1 pitch is high, 1-1. Marshall has a sign from his battery mate, and here's the 1-1. Now he's ahead 1-2. Mather was born in Sandpoint, Idaho. I know you have a trip to Boise coming up during the break. You might want to stop by Sandpoint, Idaho.
Get a
Not
map.
sure where it is.
Have to Google it, see if I can find out where it is.
Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Marshall.
Well, that's a pitch that he's been searching for throughout the first 4+ innings of this game. That backdoor slider comes at a perfect time to get the swinging strike from Mather. Well, if he gets that pitch going, it could be lights out the rest of the way for Sean Marshall. He's got the great curveball with great command today, spotting his fastball well on both sides.
Well, the Cardinals are 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. Opposing hitters are 4 for 28, make it 29. 4 for 29 with runners in scoring position against Sean Marshall. So he's made a lot of big pitches in big spots. The Cubs lead 3-0.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, it's something in the way you talk that makes me realize. There's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
Great landscaping products from Menards. Finish your landscaping with Emsco Pound-In Edging. Great for flower beds and gardens. There's no digging required. 20 feet is $7.98. 60 feet only $22.98. Accent patios, walkways, and more with solar landscape lights from Malibu. With no wires, it's easy to install. A 6-pack of metal solar lights in a stainless steel or black finish is only $24.99. Plus, there's 0 interest till 2010 with your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
Tuesday, it's a Midwest swing as Dealey and the Cubs take on their Central Division foes, the Cincinnati Reds in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Cubs Reds in HD, Tuesday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friends.
Monday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll recap the I-55 rivalry showdown as the Cubs and Cards continue to fight for the Central. Plus, we'll have the latest from Orlando as Derek Rose gets set to take on Michael Beasley in the Summer League. All that and more Monday at 5:30.
Coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night, presented by Dex. We'll check in on the Bulls' final practice before the Summer League campaign begins. Plus, Cubs and Sox recaps. Join William and Pat for Sports Night, presented by Dex, tonight at 6:30. Only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Kennedy remains in the ballgame at second, so Ryan is out. And right-hander Chris Perez will make his 20th appearance as he faces Mark DeRosa. Perez has given up 6 earned runs over his last 8 innings. Second-round pick in 2006. Brought up from AAA in mid-May. Ooh, DeRosa got hit. Third time he's been on.
Sixth time that Mark DeRosa's been plunked this year. Looked like it got him on the back of that left arm once again. Well, I'll tell you, that's much more preferable than what happened to Alfonso Soriano. You can see DeRosa tried to turn away from that pitch, took it on the back of the left arm. I'm sure it's going to leave a mark. It's going to be bruised, but he'll live to play again.
Merton was a little late, and that was some pretty good heat, 95. Perez, born in Bradenton, Florida, went to the University of Miami, where he majored in criminology, and he went into this season as their number 2 prospect, according to Baseball America. Low and outside. Not trying to make you feel bad, but he was born the year after you made the All-Star team.
Oh, man.
We're going to start seeing 9-0, 9-1, 9-2 next to the birth date of many major leaguers here over the next few years. Swing and a miss. That's a strikeout.
Perez showing a pretty good fastball right there, kind of a short arm delivery. Hitters will tell you that the pitchers that have that short arm delivery, I'm thinking Matt Cain, we just saw in San Francisco, had a little bit of a short arm stroke. Perez with a little bit of a short arm stroke here for the Cardinals. It throws off your timing as a hitter. I mean, it helps to have good stuff on top of it, but you don't get that long arm out behind the pitcher where you can really pick up the ball well, time his delivery, get your own timing at the batter's box. I mean, Merton is rarely that far late on a fastball, and he got a couple blown right by him in that sequence. Jose Valverde, the fine closer a couple years ago for the Arizona Diamondbacks, now saving games for the Houston Astros. He's a guy that kind of fits that mold. He's got very good stuff, but he's got a very unusual short arm delivery that's tough for hitters to pick up.
Kennedy will flip his Turris with easy turn, 4-6-3. So the Cubs finished in the 6th, bottom 6, 3-0.
The David Bruce Auto Center sells more new and used cars than anyone in the area. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein, and here are some reasons why.
A new 08 Pontiac G6 20th anniversary priced for only $14,988, and a new 08 Pontiac Grand Prix for only $18,775.
Remember, no one in the area sells more or gives you more for your trade.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
Well, good morning.
Good night. Now at McDonald's, I can get any 2 McGriddles for just $3.
Hey, Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing expert. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
If it's got a motor. That's our slogan here at Clinton Motorworks. And what's it mean? Well, we have one of the area's best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. Oh, yeah, and the cruising coolers. How great is that? A 13-mile-an-hour cooler to ride. Just another reason to stop in and see what's going on. Now let's talk warranty. We have the area's only lifetime engine warranty on most all the vehicles we sell. That's right, your engine blows, you get it fixed for free. That's why people do business with us. For your next great sales and finance experience, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motorworks.
If it's got a motor.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey, Cubs fans, the Baby Ruth Ultimate 7th Inning Stretch Competition will give one lucky fan the chance to be the guest conductor and lead the Wrigley Field crowd and take me out to the ball game. Fans can go to Cubs.com to get all the details and register to be included in the Baby Ruth Ultimate 7th Inning Stretch Competition. Don't miss your chance to show the world how much you love the Chicago Cubs. Pujols, Ludwig, and Gloss versus Sean Marshall, who's been very sharp this afternoon. Called strike. Ground ball up the middle. Backhanded play by Fontenot. 1 out. Oh, we told you it's pretty hot. That's how hot it is. That's Lance Barksdale. Hasn't bothered Sean Marshall today. The 5-1 loss on the south side went on his ledger. All 3 runs came on a couple of home runs. So aside from 2 swings, Sean was very good in that 7-inning start. We have fans of all sorts of varieties in the ballpark today. Ludwig has flied to right a couple of times. He pulls this ball to deep left field, and Marshall has given up his first run today on a solo blast by Ludwig, and it's 3-1. That's his 17th.
And I think whoever's hitting behind Albert Pujols in that Cardinals lineup, there's a natural letdown. You know, as an opposing pitcher, you've got to make perfect pitches to get Albert Pujols out. Sean Marshall was able to do that with the ground ball to second base, and then maybe a little bit of a psychological let-up, just laid a pitch in there for Ryan Ludwig, and he crushed it.
Curve, strike 1. Fifth home run allowed by Marshall. Sean is searching for his first win this season. Last win as a starter in the majors, August 24th of last year. 13 up, 19 down in his major league career. And a 1-2 to Gloss. Pulled foul.
I'm going to ask you, partner, who do you like for the starting pitchers for the respective leagues in the All-Star game? A lot of good choices.
Question. Well, Edinson Volquez got another win today. We saw Tim Lincecum in San Francisco. High in the air. And it's Johnson out in right center. I'd have to think a lot harder about the American League. Got some good candidates.
Well, the American League kind of under the radar because his team's playing so poorly, but Cliff Lee from the Cleveland Indians is second in ERA, second in wins in the American League. He would be a candidate. The sentimental choice probably be Mike Messina from the New York Yankees. He's got 11 victories this season. Roy Halladay is a guy whose name always comes up when you're talking about all-star pitching staffs. Joe Saunders from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim has 12 victories this year, 7th in the American League in ERA.
Two 2-0 on Molina.
I'll tell you, a guy who's having an amazing year in the National League as a starting pitcher is Aaron Cook from the Colorado Rockies. He's won almost a third of his team's games. He's got 11 victories. They've only won 37 as a team.
That's a called strike. Justin Duxer leading the American League in ERA, 9-5 in 14 starts. He's with the Oakland A's. Strong Texas offense, and they end up with 4 All-Stars, including Milton Bradley and Josh Hamilton. Also had their double play combo make it. Kinsler and Young as Molina draws a walk with 2 outs. First walk given up by Marshall. And Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, will come on out, and there'll be action in the Cubs pen. It's like Sean Gallagher and Neil Kotz, who's been very busy on this trip.
That's the first walk of the ball game for Sean Marshall. And the home run, you understand. You know, he's challenging Ryan Ludwig, trying to get ahead in the count there, and grooved a fastball, and it got whacked out of the ballpark. That's going to happen from time to time in the major leagues. These hitters are pretty good. You don't want to put runners on base via the base on balls, and his command has been so good throughout the day today. You just have to go out there to make sure that he's okay, make sure everything's physically okay, get him back into that strike zone.
The pitcher spot is due to lead off the 7th for the Cubs. So even if Sean gets through this inning, it could be it for him. He's in the mid-80s with the pitch count. You know, Bob, I mentioned Lincecum and Volquez. The other thing about the All-Star game is a lot of times you take a veteran, not necessarily the guy with the best numbers in the league. Brandon Webb made it. His teammate Dan Herron as well. A lot of good choices for both managers. Let's put it that way. Ben Sheets, Carlos Zambrano, Ryan Dempster. Little tapper, charged by Terrio. He'll throw, and he'll get Izturis, his former teammate. They get a run on the home run by Ludwig. That's it. It's 3-1 as we go to the 7th.
Small.
Big. Minimum. Maximum.
A lot.
For a little, the Nissan Versa, 33 miles per gallon and the largest interior volume in its class.
He's been known to cure narcolepsy just by walking into a room. His organ donation card also lists his beard. He's a lover, not a fighter. But he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
I first saw this one when I was traveling through Prague. Geico probably thinks this is easy too. Dancing is good exercise. It works my glutes. Okay, America, I'll show you easy.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color. That always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Everything's a hit at Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, voted best steakhouse in Chicago. Located in Chicago, Rosemont, or Lombard. Call 773-HOLY-COW or visit harrycareys.com for reservations. Sean Marshall with his best start has a chance for his first win this year, and he's removed for a pinch hitter, all-star starter Kosuke Fukudome.
Solid outing today by Sean Marshall. One bad pitch to Ryan Ludwig. Other than that, he was right on top of his game today and did it really without the slider until his last 2 innings of work. Went after this tough Cardinals lineup with just 2 pitches and was able to hold them scoreless through 5 innings.
Cubs starters in this series have been very good. Zambrano 6 scoreless Friday night. 6 innings, 2 runs for Ted Lilly yesterday, and 6 innings, 1 run for Sean Marshall. Not quite sure where Kosuke will play in the All-Star game. As it's currently constituted, Soriano would likely play left, Ryan Braun probably right, Kosuke in the middle and center. But if Soriano doesn't go, you could move Braun back to left, and depending on who else would be in that starting lineup, Kosuke really could play all 3, but mainly a right fielder, and he can certainly play center. However it works, he will be in that lineup, and a pinch hit single to left. Second career pinch hit for Fukudome.
Breaking ball inside part of the plate, not where Perez wanted to throw that ball. Yeah, Kosuke just slaps it into left field. Boy, you do him a favor when you throw him an off-speed pitch on a 2-strike count, especially if it's near the strike zone. If it's off the plate away and down, occasionally you'll get that funny-looking spin out of the batter's box swing. But when you hang an off-speed pitch on the inside part of the plate to Fukudome, he's just going to serve it out there to left field like he did that time.
Johnson pulled the bat back and took a strike. He has 2 hits. So does the guy behind him in the lineup, Ryan Terrio. And Reed has scored twice. Recently came off the disabled list. He had lower back spasms, and he was activated on Thursday in San Francisco. For Terrio, it's his 33rd multi-hit game of the year. He's in the top 5 in that department in the National League. And he's on deck. There's the bunt pushed toward Pujols, who will pick it up. Kennedy over to cover and just gets Reed Johnson. There wasn't a lot of margin for error for the Cardinals on that play.
It was almost a no-look throw to first base. Kennedy coming over from his position at second to cover. Perfect bunt by Reed Johnson down that first baseline. Man, Pujols he just picked up ball up and turned around and threw it, expecting Kennedy to be there. Kennedy was still on the move as that ball was in the air, but able to get a foot down on the bag just ahead of Reed Johnson.
So the Cubs have a couple of cracks at getting that run right back after Ludwig hit the home run in the 6th. Neil Kotz has already worked in the first 2 games of this series. And with Adam Kennedy leading off the bottom of the 7th, looks like we'll see Neil again. Scott Air threw from the mound for the first time since he went on the DL with a groin injury and says he feels good. He's eligible to return next Saturday, but because it's so close to the All-Star break, the Cubs could just be cautious. Maybe send him out on a minor league rehab and wait until the second half starts. I think you said it earlier regarding Soriano and anybody on the DL. If it were mid-September, it's one thing, but right around the All-Star break, when you talk about any sort of injury, to bring a guy back for 1, maybe 2 games, when you can give him an extra 4 off, most teams would rather not do that.
Well, you see teams all the time throughout the course of the season try to take advantage of scheduled off days and give the player an off day either before or after the scheduled off day, just to maximize that time off, give a guy a real good chance to recharge his batteries, rest his legs, rest his arm, whatever the case may be. And the same thing that we're talking about now, the prospect of coming off the disabled list so close to the All-Star break. I mean, what's the upside in having a guy come back and get 4 at-bats or 8 at-bats and then take another 4 days off for the All-Star break? If he feels good now, he'll feel really good after the break.
And the other thing to keep in mind with regard to Scott Air, while you'd love to have a second lefty in your pen, with Marshall starting today, Sean could possibly be available next weekend against the Giants as that second left-hander with the break right around the corner. So you could cover yourself.
Interesting little exchange there. Yadier Molina went out to talk to his pitcher on the mound, and as he did, Ryan Theriot went over to the on-deck circle and had some words with Derek Lee. Yeah, a lot of times the guy who hits behind you in the batting order knows your swing as well as anybody, because he stands there and watches every pitch that you've seen throughout the course of the year. Theriot goes down chasing a high fastball. Yeah, a lot of times, especially when you have a set lineup and guys hitting the same spot in the order all the time, that guy that hits behind you is your biggest ally when things go wrong, because they'll notice it first.
A 2 down in the inning. The Menards big lumber stat, a lot of big lumber for Derek against the Cardinals. A 329 career average. You know, as I mentioned about Marshall, with the off day tomorrow, actually Sean probably would start in that final series before the break against the Giants, so he probably wouldn't be available in the bullpen. Let's see, the other lefty, Ted Lilly, will start on Thursday, final game against the Reds. You have Dempster Tuesday, Zambrano Wednesday. And Jason Marquis will fit in there somewhere next weekend. Dead foul.
It'll be interesting to see what the Cubs rotation looks like after the All-Star break. A lot of teams take that opportunity for the 3 or 4 days off to completely realign their rotation depending on the opponents early in the second half of the season.
Cubs will have an extra day. They won't start the second half until that Friday. It'll be in Houston. A 1-2 to Lee. Driven the other way. Ankiel and Ludwig going after it. Won't get it. It splits them, and the Cubs do get that run back. Derek Lee with an RBI double. So that leadoff pinch hit single turns into a run as Kosuke scored. And for Derek, his 53rd RBI. It's 4-1.
Derek hit that ball so hard it still perfectly split the gap in right center. Ankiel was shading him over a little bit into the gap in right center. He can't get there. Ludwig can't get there. Well, it's one thing to beat a shift on the infield, but when you beat a shift in the outfield with a line drive, you've hit that ball pretty hard.
It's been a productive game for Ramirez. A double and a run. RBI single. Sac fly. Well, Ramos went into action today tied for 10th in the NL in RBIs. Now he has 59 on the year. Ryan Howard leading the way with 76. You've been keeping an eye on his strikeouts.
119, I believe, going into play today.
Wow. Mark Reynolds with the second most, 102. 1-2 to Aramis. Rolls over to third. And Gloss gets him. But Derek Lee helps the Cubs get that run right back after the Cardinals got on the board. Mid-7, 4-1.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Chevy 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Chevys, like the HHR, with an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway. The Chevy 72-hour sale. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
You should go.
Ready to vent? Let's vent. Let's vent. Let's vent.
Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Get closer to the field on game day as Comcast Sportsnet, Menards, and the Cubs team up to select 6 lucky winners to be a Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day. Winner will enjoy the full game day experience of preparing the friendly confines and will help track the infield during the 4th inning in front of a packed house. Winner also receives 4 tickets to the game, a Menards groundskeeper uniform, and pre-game photos on the field. To enter the Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day, visit any Menards location to pick up an entry postcard.
next Saturday is McDonald's Day as the Cubs host the Giants at Wrigley Field. Game time is 12:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs Buys-er compliments of McDonald's. We'll see you at Wrigley Field. Some changes defensively for the Cubs. Merton is out, so DeRosa goes from right to left. Fukudome stays in to play right. And Neil Kotz will do the pitching. You see Kotz with 19 strikeouts in just 13 innings. And he pitched a scoreless inning yesterday with 2 strikeouts. 8 straight scoreless appearances, covering 5 2/3. After giving up 4 runs over a couple of outings, June 15th and 17th. So it's up to the bullpen the rest of the way. Kennedy shoots one through the hole, base hit. Aaron Miles announced. Marmol's up. Carlos looked like the Carlos Marmol we know yesterday. Miles a switch hitter. He's batting for the pitcher Perez.
Well, once again, obviously, Neil Kotz concentrating on every pitch he makes to Aaron Miles, but you also have to have an eye ahead to the rest of this Cardinals lineup. Due up. They roll around to the top after this pinch hit appearance by Miles, and we know who's in that 3 spot. Sure, Carlos Marmol's getting ready in anticipation of Albert Pujols making his way to the plate in this inning.
One and 2 on Aaron Miles. Happy 14th birthday wishes out to big Cubs fan Jenna Shaw. Struck him out. 1 away, and it's Mather, the leadoff man, who's 1 for 3.
It looked like a good cutter or a hard slide or something that started over the inside part of the plate and tied up Miles, who's usually a pretty good contact hitter.
Neal came in the 8th in game 1 and struck out Ankiel after Pujols had hit a home run to make it 2-1 Cubs. And 2 very quickly on Mather. Kennedy started it with a single, has a short lead over at first. The kick and a pitch, up and in. Can't forget about Milwaukee. The Brewers just 3.5 out starting play today. And they just beat the Pirates 11-6. So after that 9th inning meltdown at Arizona, they came home and swept the Pirates. little bit away. 2-2. And he struck him out. That was a foul tip strikeout.
Neil Cott's featuring a real good hard slider today. He's throwing it in the high 80s. It's been 86 to 88 miles an hour on that hard slider. That one diving right underneath the bat of Joe Mather. Well, Neil Cott's arm, I don't know whether it's just that time of the season or he's feeling particularly good, but he has really been throwing hard lately. You've seen him up in the mid-90s with his fastball, his slider sitting in the high 80s. You have that kind of velocity on your pitches, you can afford to get away with a mistake from time to time.
It's Ankiel to pop it up on the left side. Terrio will call for it, and that's the inning. So no worries about Pujols in this inning. He'll have to lead off the bottom of the 8th. It's 4-1 Cubs.
Here we can see that the structure of price variance is going to shift unilaterally according to daily expenditures and profit margins. And here on slide 88 of 250, we have a contribution.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 15 daily one-stop and connecting flights from Chicago Midway to Dallas Love Field, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient flights and on-time service.
You're now free to be more productive.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Something in the way you move, little darling. If it's something in the way you talk that makes me realize there's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
Sharp Aqua's game-changing play. We're going to go with the fly ball hit by Pujols with 2 on. Deep to right in the 3rd inning as Sean Marshall was able to get out of it as the Cubs led 2-0. 4-1 they lead as we hit the 8th inning. Russ Springer is on.
That was a big out in the ball game as you get a look at Springer's numbers, and also the fact that Cubs pitching has been able to retire Ankiel ahead of Pujols and have him lead off once already, and he'll lead off in the bottom half of the 8th.
Soto lifts it in the air. This will send Ludwig way over, shading his eyes. He just completely lost it. Couldn't quite get there. Lost it in the sun.
A tough thing to do to try to run and shield your eyes at the same time. He has no idea where that ball is. He knows he's in the vicinity, but fortunately for the Cubs, drops harmlessly in foul territory, and Giovanni Soto will have some life in this at bat.
We saw Springer Friday night. 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, no runs. There's a deep drive by Soto out toward the bullpen. Mather back. Gone. 5-1. Number 15 for Soto. Home run number 101 for the Cubs here in 08.
Boy, that foul ball down the right field line. Ludwig couldn't find the ball in the sun. It drops for a strike, and then our Belvedere home run replay, a belt-high fastball down the middle of the plate. Giovanni Soto all over it.
A nice exclamation mark on Giovanni Soto's day, making history. First starter behind the plate as a rookie for the National League. Hit hard, but on one hop at Izturis. DeRosa is out. First time Mark has made an out in this ball game. Darrell Ward now will bat for Neil Kotz. How about the lefties today, Bob? Marshall and Kotz.
Or especially Sean Marshall with his 6 strong innings. I talk about it all the time. Lou Piniella gets the ball to the bullpen in an orderly fashion where he can set it up the way he likes to finish a ball game. You really like your chances of winning. I'm just trying to think about that rookie catcher starting in an all-star game. And I guess part of the reason is there hasn't been a rookie as good as Giovanni Soto in a long time, but usually catchers don't come up and start the season in the big leagues as the everyday catcher. Normally you're part of a platoon, or your skipper works you in there as a backup player from time to time. You don't see a lot of catchers bequeath the starting position to open the season.
And the fans have to vote you in. They have to know who you are. And in Soto's case, he has had big league time previous to this season, but not enough prior to September 1st. Love your use of the word bequeath. Bequeath. That is outstanding. Is that a result of the off day yesterday?
No.
For you?
I wish I could say that, but I don't think there is a dictionary in the city of St. Louis. Boom, boom. I did notice, however, for the big 4th of July festivities, they got all the tumbleweed off the streets of downtown St. Louis.
Yes, they did. It was packed last night. Lou hoping his team can get out of here with a win that would make a 4-6 trip. Doesn't sound great, but considering they started it by getting swept on the south side of Chicago, you'll take 4-6. Base hit to right, and it'll probably be 2 for Ward. He's going to try it, and he's in. Pinch hit double by the pinch hitter deluxe.
Boy, breaking ball down and in right where he likes them. Fortunate for Springer that Darrell Ward didn't get some elevation on that ball. He may have hit that a long way. As it is, a clean line drive double down into the right field corner.
After this series, the Cubs will not see the Cardinals again until August 8th, when they'll make their first appearance at Wrigley Field this year. And the Cardinals, Bob, may have a different look when you consider their pitching staff. Their ace, Adam Wainwright, is on the DL with a sprained right middle finger. Chris Carpenter is on that comeback trail after Tommy John surgery. Matt Clement, currently in the minor leagues, he's coming off shoulder surgery. We talked about Mulder going into their rotation. Will their closer still be Ryan Franklin? Jason Isringhausen taken out of that role earlier. So we'll have to see how it plays out over the next month. They have proven that they're going to hang around. Their longest losing streak of the year has been just 3 games. So they have been able to avoid long losing streaks. Will they make a trade? Will the Cubs make a deal? A lot can happen.
I think a lot of people are assuming that the Cubs are going to make some kind of a deal at or near the deadline. I think everybody also assumes the Brewers are a team that's actively looking to add some talent to their ball club. The Cardinals are kind of under the radar right now. I think maybe because of all the guys that are injured and due to be back in the second half of the season, perhaps this organization is looking at it as that will be the same effect as making some trades for some fresh arms in the second half. And with that in mind, their goal, as you said, is to just stay close, just to hang around, and they've been able to do that. I think it's important for players, though, not to expect trade deadline help. It's very easy to get caught in that trap. You read the rumors, you hear the rumors, and expect that there's going to be some kind of big trade and you're going to get a really good all-star caliber player at the trade deadline, and then it comes and goes and you don't add that player. There can be a huge letdown after the deadline comes and goes if you don't make that deal.
One and two on Fontenot. A run in on the Soto leadoff homer. And Darrell Ward's in scoring position, and he'll be sent around by Mike Quade, picked up by Ankiel. Here comes a throw to the plate. Going to be close. He got him. Rick Ankiel with his 4th assist from the outfield, and he nailed Darrell Ward.
There's that strong arm we've been talking about this entire series. Ankiel knew who the runner is, so he took a little extra time and put that throw right on the money to Molina to tag out Darrell Ward at home plate. You know, we talk about Soriano playing his fade throw from left field. Ankiel did the same thing from center that time. He started that ball well up the line at third and tailed it right back onto the dish.
Similar tag there on the runner as we saw yesterday on Edmonds. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite the Cubs. 2 outs. It's Kosuke, strike one. Fontenot with a single. He moved up to second base on the throw to the plate. Fly ball slicing. Out of play. Two strikes on Fukudome. 3 hits in the inning against Springer. The Cubs with a run on the home run by Soto, but Ankiel basically took one off the board by nailing Ward at the plate. Way inside. Cubs have had chances. They lead by 4, but they've had opportunities to get more. Remember, they had them loaded in the 5th with nobody out and only got 1. They are 5 for 15 with runners in scoring position, but you also have to take into account that Fontenot just picked up a base hit with a runner in scoring position, but a run did not score. Springer's 2-2, tapped right back to him. Bad throw. He threw it past Pujols. He double clutched, and the Cubs will get their 6th run of the day. As routine as it gets, and he fired it past Pujols for an error.
Now, right there, Springer reloaded, and on his second attempt, he spikes that ball past Pujols all the way down into the right field area. As routine a play as you can possibly imagine right there. I'm not sure the reason for the regroup. Pujols was on his way over to cover the base. The pitcher's taught to go ahead and throw the bag. The first baseman will be there.
So a big break for the Cubs. They now lead by 5.
Got it out of slam range. You're always looking to add runs as a manager, and that 5th run is a big one because in the event the Cardinals could load up the bases, somebody hits a home run, at this point they'd still be trailing by a run in the ball game.
Oh, and 2 on Johnson. Off the end of the bat, and Johnson still alive.
But if Johnson could find a way to hook a ball into the gap in left center or down the line in left, it would be off to the races. Joe Mather shading over toward the gap in left center. Rick Ankiel is way over toward the gap in right center. They don't expect Reed Johnson to pull the ball against Springer.
Close pitch, 1 and 2. 46,752. Just shy of the all-time Busch Stadium, the 3rd Busch Stadium. The record, which was set yesterday, 46,865. And on the hands,
a good day for the guys at the top. The 1, 2, 3, 4 hitters in the Cub lineup, all with 2 hits. Johnson scored a couple of runs. Ramirez has scored a run. Lee's driven in a run. Ramirez has driven in 2.
struck him out on a slider to end the inning. They get the home run by Soto to lead off the inning. And then a little later, an unearned run on the bad throw by Springer. It's 6-1 Cubs.
We've sold thousands of quality used cars, but actually, quality used cars sell themselves. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein of the David Bruce Auto Center. Our factory-trained technicians go through every used car. The ones that pass go on our lot. The ones that don't, they go somewhere else. At the David Bruce Auto Center, we take the risk out of buying. We believe it's the only way to buy a used car.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
Ode to the Subway $5 footlong. If you don't take a liking to the new Subway Everyday Value menu featuring ginormous subs slathered in awesome for a price just shy of insane, well, you were either born without taste buds or a fundamental understanding of economics. High five Abe Lincoln and choose one of 8 Yum Rockets for a 5 spot. $5 regular footlongs on the new Everyday Value menu. Only at Subway. Subway. Eat fresh.
2.5 miles. Half a mile southwest. Come on, man. Quarter mile. West! West! 1 street over, 2 buildings down on the right.
Miller Lite, the ultimate light beer.
From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Chris Bowden here. A club record 7 Cubs are heading to the Bronx after next weekend. That's how many all-star players the Cubs have, including starters Soriano, Fukudomi, and Soto. The Sox will send at least Joe Crudi and Carlos Quentin Jermaine Dye can still be voted in by the fans. Remember, Dan Plesac joins me for Post-Game Live coming up after the game. For now, I bequeath the microphone and turn it over to Len and Bob, bringing it home in St. Louis.
And I will inherit it. You, sir? Carlos Marmol.
Inheritance tax.
Carlos came back yesterday, and that was the outing you wanted to see from him. He got Ankiel swinging, Pujols on a fly ball, and then Troy Gloss on a fly out as well. Oh, and 1 on Pujols. The previous 3 outings for Marmol, he gave up a home run in each. So it was good to see him back yesterday. And he was pitching with a lead. We assume that's temporary. But you never know here in St. Louis.
You never know.
Kosuke comes in. Fontenot's out, and I think it's going to be Fontenot. It is.
Nice running catch by Mike Fontenot over the shoulder. As an infielder, you have to know the depth of the outfielder playing behind you. And with Albert Pujols at the plate, Fukudome was playing extremely deep in right field. So Fontenot knew he was going to have to be the guy to go out there and get that pop-up. Stays with it, looking up into the sun, makes a nice play.
Fastball is inside. All of a sudden the Rockies are hot. They've won 5 in a row. They won 18-17. Big comeback Friday. 12-6 last night. Both games against Florida. And they are currently trailing 7-4 to the Marlins in the bottom of the 8th today. What happened to the Humidor? A lot of room for Reed Johnson. Ludwig's out. As rough a start as the Rockies have gotten off to, they're only 6 out in the West. First place Diamondbacks are under 500. 2 games under. They lead the Padres 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Dodgers leading 5-2 at San Francisco in the 5th. Only a half game back. So Arizona up on LA by a half game. The Giants just 4 out. The Rockies 6. The Padres 8. Another big rivalry matchup this weekend. The Mets at the Phillies, and the Phillies lead 1-0 in the bottom of the 8th. They're 3.5 up on Florida, 4.5 ahead of New York. White Sox remaining in sole possession of first, 4-3 over Oakland. That's a final. Minnesota also won 4-3, so they're just a game out. Gloss bounces. Ramirez picks it up. Carlos Marmol back to his old self here the last couple of days. A 1-2-3 8th inning. 6-1 Cubs.
Paint. Me. Paint. Me. Paint me. Paint me. Paint me.
House telling you something? Lowe's has new lower prices all over the store. Paint, brushes, ladders, you name it. So come to Lowe's this July 4th weekend, and let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer credit card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
There are more than 3,100 points to scrutinize. 3,100 digitally calibrated, laser inspected welds, fittings, connections, and finishes on the RX to make sure it's absolutely flawless. Visit your Lexus dealer today for an exclusive look at how nothing else is built like a Lexus RX. Lease the 2009 RX all-wheel drive for $459 a month for 36 months with $35.59 due at signing.
When this restaurant wanted to add on to their benefits package to help attract new employees, they knew exactly who to have at the table. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Get ready for an exciting Cubs finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Right-hander Brad Thompson will work for the Cardinals here in the ninth. The Cubs lead by 5.
Thompson has had some elbow problems off and on this year, pitching in only his 9th ball game. You see 26 2/3, only 14 strikeouts. This is a guy that pitches to contact.
Now with the Cubs leading by 5, not a safe spot at the moment, so Bob Howery is up. We've seen Kerry Wood the last 2 days. Got the save Friday, blew the save yesterday. Inside out swing. That's a Terrio special, and he has his 3rd hit.
You know, Len, we watch the Cubs every day. We watch Ryan Terrio's every at-bat this season. I'm surprised teams haven't started to play a shift like they would for a left-handed pull hitter. Now, the reason they don't is because Ryan often enough will go up there and jump on that first fastball and jerk it into left field just to keep the defense honest. But most of his base hits have come right through that 3.5 hole. Not quite first base, not quite second base, right between them. Tony Gwynn used to refer to the area between the third baseman and the shortstop as the 5.5 hole. The position number for the third baseman is 5. For the shortstop is 6. He wanted to hit it right at 5.5.
That makes a lot of sense. It's one of the tough things when you learn how to score baseball. 3, 4, 5 means first, second, third. Then you put the shortstop in at 6. One and 2 the count on Derek Lee. Off day tomorrow, and then 6 straight before the break. The Reds and the Giants come in. The Cubs will not face 11-game winner Edinson Volquez. He beat the Nationals today. Belco Cubs upcoming schedule. And we'll have a lot of games coming up here on Comcast Sportsnet. Lee checked his swing. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Aaron Harang had his start, which was scheduled for yesterday, pushed back to Tuesday against Ryan Dempster because of some forearm stiffness. Terrio runs and through the 5.5 hole. And that'll push Terrio all the way to third base. Right on cue there, partner. Through those holes on the infield.
Derek Lee just smokes that ball through the left side. Top spin ground ball. Terrio's in motion, takes a peek back to home plate. I think all base runners should do that, even if it's a straight steal and not a hit and run. Take a peek back to see what the action is at home plate. That time Terrio saw the ball through the left side quickly was able to make the turn at second base and advance all the way around to third, even though the ball was hit to left field.
The 1-0 pitch to Aramis is a strike. Hey, I don't want to forget to mention congrats to Ryan Sandberg and the Peoria Chiefs. They set a new club record with 11 straight wins. That winning streak ended last night. They were beaten by Quad Cities. Drive to left. Mather circling. Terrio headed to the plate. He will get in, giving Aramis his third RBI today. 7-1. 2 sac flies for the Cubs all-star third baseman. They had a stretch, Bob, of 65 consecutive innings, the Peoria Chiefs, in which they did not trail. It's pretty impressive. They play in the Midwest League, single A ball. And again, they'll play a game at Wrigley Field. That'll be on July 29th.
Well, now, I did not know this, Len. 2 sac flies in the ball game for Aramis Ramirez today, driving in a couple of runs. He only had 1 on the season coming into play today. That's really odd.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing odd about this. Our Nissan drive of the game, Giovanni Soto tomahawking a high fastball into the Cubs bullpen. And came back in the 8th inning, leading off.
Lee holding at first. It's 1-2 on Soto.
I wonder if any of the Cubs are going to wear white shoes at the All-Star game. That used to always be a big deal. The various shoe companies would send their newest and gaudiest shoes to the All-Star game for their clients to wear on the nationally televised game. You usually see a lot of white cleats at the All-Star game.
I wonder if Carlos, I don't know if they're allowed to wear the alternate tops. I know Carlos would probably rather wear the blue. I have a feeling they'll all wear the road gray. I like the fact that in the All-Star game, 2 down, Soto strikes out, that the teams wear their uniform.
Now that's pretty cool. And the photo for the National League team this year will be filled with Rockies and Cubs. The Rockies because Clint Hurdle will have his whole coaching staff there, plus Matt Holliday and anybody else that gets added late to the National League All-Star squad. And the Cubs will have their 7 players plus Lou Piniella. They're going to dominate that team photo.
Bouncer sending Gloss to his left. He looks it in and throws to Pujols. DeRosa's out. Cubs done. But they add another run on the sac fly by Ramirez. 7-1. 3 outs to go.
Isn't it amazing how a smile can change everything? That's why we do more than just connect calls. We believe in connecting people. U.S. Site, believe in something better.
So, we got a sitter for 3 hours.
And we went to buy carpet at Lowe's. Turns out they got this great new way to buy carpet.
So easy.
We went for the Berber.
And cranberries?
With a 20-year warranty. Isn't that great?
So, do you want to see a movie or what?
You bet.
New Lowe's Carpet 123. Just pick your style, your color, and your warranty. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
We have a code blue.
Code what?
Code blue?
Code blue.
by the total of sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue?
Code
blue.
The cold-activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Oh, what?
Frost-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco. Hey, Cub fans, don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Giants on Sunday, July 13th. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs blue T-shirt, compliments of Washington Mutual.
Bob Howard trying to wrap up a series win. Cubs are ahead 7-1. Yadier Molina extended his hit streak to 13 with a single in the fourth, and he'll lead it off for the Redbirds. Just a travel tip for you, Bob. We got an email from John Miller, who used to live in Boise, Idaho. Said, sorry, Bob, if you're going to visit Sand Point, Idaho, you might as well just continue to the North Pole. It's about 8 hours, pretty much the longest road trip I've ever taken without leaving the state.
Okay. Thank you for that advice. I appreciate it.
The hometown of Joe Mather. You know what? When you land in Idaho, just wave north. Hi, Sand Point.
Thinking about you. Well, I've heard nothing but good things about Boise. Really looking forward to it. Spent a little bit of time in Idaho back when I was in rookie ball about 1 million years ago. The Angels used to have a team in Idaho Falls, Idaho. So I played some baseball there, but never been to Boise. Hawks won a big game last night, coming from behind in the 9th inning. Ryan Keedy with an RBI game-winning hit.
So, yeah, Josh Bitters has done well. He had a hand injury earlier this season.
If I'm correct here, I think Bitters was shut out the first game of the season. Then he had a 14-game hitting streak before he was held hitless the night before last and came right back last night with 3 more.
One and two on Molina. Kick and the pitch. High for ball 2, 2-2. Bitters added 2 walks. Ryan Theriot, 1 out. When you said Idaho Falls, it made me think, is it Great Falls, Montana? It's always like the high was somewhere in Death Valley in the U.S., and the low was always in Great Falls.
Yep. And the wind never stops blowing in Great Falls, Montana.
International Falls.
One of those falls.
International Falls, Minnesota. Whatever the falls are, it's always like 15 below. And it's 106 in the desert in California. His Turris takes a strike. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer today, Mark Brady, filling in for Tamara Anderson. And Davis, our stage manager in the booth. Our technical director, Brian Holder. And the executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. Thanks to our entire crew here in St. Louis. Well, I'll go back to your line. It's not what if, it's what now. You could sit here and play the what if game all day. Well, if the Cubs could have held on yesterday. Hey, you get out of here with a series win. You add a game to your lead. As Turris swings and misses, 1 and 2. Can't worry about what happened yesterday at this point. Cubs coming right back today and leading 7-1 in the 9th.
You look back before the start of Friday night's ball game, the Cardinals' goal was to be in first place when the Cubs left town, and that's not going to happen because the Cubs are on the verge of taking 2 out of 3 in this series, which is exactly what they wanted to do. Would you like to sweep? Sure, you'd like to sweep. Did we have a chance? Absolutely. But the reality is, Cubs came in here and took 2 out of 3 in convincing fashion, and will move forward.
A win here would mean a 3-3 record against the Cardinals, with all 6 coming in this ballpark. He's run it full on his tourists. Kennedy on deck. Popped up behind third base, and it's DeRosa to make the catch.
Boy, that would be a great piece of video if you're teaching young players about pop-up priorities, because it started with Aramis Ramirez making the call. He was called off by the shortstop Ryan Theriot, who in turn was called off by the left fielder Mark DeRosa. That's textbook baseball right there. Rami had it initially. He gave way to Theriot, who gave way to DeRosa. Good communication there by the Cubs defensively.
2 down. Kennedy's 2 for 2. He came in as a pinch hitter in the 5th, stayed in to play second. 1 strike. Sean Marshall would get his first win of the season. Ground ball, Derek Lee will flip to Howery. Cubs win. They take 2 of 3 in this series. 7-1 the final today. Sean Marshall was excellent. 6 innings, gave up just 1 run. He gets his first win of the year. The starting pitching, I think, was the story this weekend. Z came off the disabled list Friday and got the victory. Ted Lilly was good yesterday, and Sean Marshall today helping the Cubs add to their lead against the Cardinals. Milwaukee did win today, so you have 2 teams now tied for second, 3.5 games out. Now our Chevy player of the game. It's the starter and the winner, Sean Marshall.
Well, the starting pitcher so many times sets the tone for the afternoon, and Sean Marshall was really good early in the ball game. Struggled with his slider early, found it about the middle of his outing today. It was just fantastic. Nice job.
So Marshall with his 14th career win against 19 losses, and his initial win here in 2008. Off day tomorrow. Reds come in to start a series Tuesday, and then it's the Giants for 3 on Friday, and then the All-Star break. The Cubs with a club record 7 All-Star players. So that'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. Once again, the final score: the Cubs 7, the Cardinals 1. Our next Cubs telecast will be back home at Wrigley Field Tuesday night. The Cubs 33-10 at home as they welcome in the Cincinnati Reds. Ryan Dempster, the All-Star, will face Aaron Harang. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend. You have been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs win. Post-game live is next.
Chris Bowden here in our downtown Chicago studio, standing by for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Dan Plesac joins me to break down this victory over the Cardinals, plus to talk about the Cubs' club record 7 All-Stars and look ahead to the upcoming homestand. That and more coming up next on Lowe's Cubs post-game live, next on Comcast Sportsnet. That train's rolling. Woo, woo.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Replace your windows, siding, and doors now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
Free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
America, you declared your independence from interest rates, and the response was overwhelming. The Chevy 72-hour sale has been extended. Time is running out to break free from interest payments for 6 full years with 0% financing for 72 months. Choose from thousands of Chevys, like the HHR, with an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon on the highway. The Chevy 72-hour sale. See your local Chevy dealer today.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
For the first time in its history, Wrigley Field will host a minor league baseball game. The Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, will showcase Ryan Sandberg's Peoria Chiefs as they host the Kane County Cougars on Tuesday, July 29th. Don't miss this truly unique experience, complete with mascots like the Superstars and Berserk, along with plenty of in-game excitement. Kids 14 and under will even have the chance to run the bases after the game. To order tickets, visit Cubs.com today. Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today. Menards. And Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by your local Chicagoland Buick Pontiac GMC dealers.
There's a deep drive by Soto out toward the bullpen. Mather back. Gone!
Just one of the Cubs' cast of all-stars contributing to take 2 of 3 in St. Louis. And after getting swept a week ago on the South Side, Cubs go 4-3 the rest of their trip as they return home for the week prior to the All-Star break. Here's a check on the National League Central standings up to date as the Brewers were winners. Once again, they completed a 3-game sweep of the Pittsburgh Pirates. So now the Brewers and the Cardinals in a second-place tie, 3.5 games behind the 53 and 36 Cubs. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Mike Side with the Port Sider. Please, Zach. Woo! Danny, and he's blowing his horn, too. That blue train plowing on through here. I'm Chris Bowden. We talked in pregame about resiliency, and this team really showed some this afternoon in coming back from that disappointing defeat yesterday afternoon. Now they push it up to a 3.5 game lead once again.
Well, Chris, this is one of the things this team has done all season long. They've played very well at home, and they've gotten off to a really good start. I think that was the key to the first couple of months of the season. But every time they really are asked a question, they've always seemed to have an answer. And this was a big, big game. Up to this point, I thought this was the biggest game of the year for the Cubs. This was a difference of if they would have lost this game, now the margin is down to a 1.5 games. 3.5 sure feels a lot better than 1.5.
And we spoke earlier about the possibility of keeping Sean Marshall in the rotation now that Carlos Zambrano's back, despite just one lefty in the bullpen with Scott Air disabled. And he really helped his cause today. He came through on a day when many contributed with flying colors. First floor innings, got the first 2 batters out and got out of the 5th despite allowing a leadoff double. Just 1 walk over 6. The only mistake he made, the Ludwig 1-out homer in the 6th as he outpitched ex-Cub Todd Wellemeyer. He allowed 9 hits and 3 runs over 5. Last 2 Sundays, Marshall's given up just 4 runs over 13 innings, and he is our Feldco star of the game.
Well, I thought this was his best start by far, and really this was a very important game for the Cubs, and this was a lot to ask for a young pitcher. He's made a little bit of a transition, went to spring training as a starting pitcher, made the opening day roster, had to make the shift to the bullpen, but this was a big game, and this was one of the better games he's pitched in the Cub uniform. He didn't have his real good hard slider, but one thing he did have, Chris, he had a very good slow curveball, and that helped set up his fastball.
And 88 pitches for Marshall over those 6 innings of work, and he allowed, or had 59 of those were strikes, and he outpitched Todd Wellemeyer, the former Cub, who really kind of was on the ropes all day long, and the Cubs could have scored a lot more runs against Wellemeyer than they did, but you can't argue with the final product in this victory over the Cardinals. Now, Aramis Ramirez, he snapped his 0-for-28 drought with the go-ahead homer in the 8th inning yesterday. Then he collected hits on his first 2 at-bats, so a different kind of streak starting out. And then on his third and fifth plate appearance, he was productive as well despite outs. Sacrifice flies in each. I think it's safe to say he's back in the groove right now.
Well, you know, not to sound like we're talking like a broken record, but he does what all good RBI guys do. They find a way to put the ball in play. Last two at-bats, 2 sacrifice flies. That's what RBI guys do. They have a knack for fighting off good pitches. When they get a ball to hit, they get it in the air with a man on third with less than 2 out to pick up a sacrifice fly. And there's no question on this roster, this is the guy you want up in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning in a clutch situation. He just has a knack. He hits good pitching. And the thing that makes him so tough to pitch to is there's just not one way. When he's swinging the bat well, he handles both sides of the plate very well.
He drove in the first 2 runs for the Cubs today, also drove in the last on that sacrifice fly. 5 of the first 6 Cubs in today's lineup had at least 2 hits. All had at least 1. Those top 6 hitters, 13 for 26 on the afternoon, really did some damage. Terrio with 33 multi-hit games. And how about Derek Lee? He's back in his zone himself. 6-game hitting streak right now, 13 for his last 26 in that streak. Also 18 for 42 on the road trip. Even though he wasn't voted to the All-Star game, which we'll get to in a moment, you know, when some of these guys are down in the lineup, others pick them up, and Derek Lee's one of them.
Well, there's no question. This was really a recipe of how the Cubs have won games most of the season. They've got good starting pitching, as was the case today. Scored just enough runs to give the starting pitchers a little bit of cushion, and then let the bullpen take over. And I thought one of the real keys to this game, I thought Neil Kotz threw the ball very, very well. And you know what? They're going to need some contributions just in case something. It looks like also Carlos Malmo is kind of getting himself back into form. He had a very good inning, but Neil Kotz, I thought, was the key to shut the Cardinals down in the 7th.
And another one of those All-Stars, not Derek Lee, but another one of those All-Stars that contributed, even though he had only 1 hit, and the only member of the first 6 hitters in the order to have just 1 hit was Giovanni Soto. I kind of thought he was going to be given a day off today. Maybe he'll get it on Tuesday night, coming back up from the off day tomorrow. But Giovanni Soto, who was voted onto the All-Star team today, game still 4-1 in the 8th inning. Russ Springer comes in, and Soto manages to take him deep, and it was after a ball was misplayed in foul territory in right field.
Well, you know what? He's had a very good first half of the season. There's no question. I don't think that anybody in the Cub organization could have expected him to have the kind of first half. He has had a really, really good first half. You know, and every once in a while, you need a break. This is the first pitch that normally is out, and right here, he does what all good hitters do, address the ball. Hello, ball. And you see the result. He's had a terrific first half of the season.
15 home runs for Gio Soto as he heads into the final week prior to the All-Star break, and that earns him a ticket that is punched for the Bronx after next weekend. As we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. It has to do with all the All-Stars making the squad. What are your thoughts on 7 Cubs going to the All-Star game? That's a new franchise record. Your options: too many, not enough, they deserve more, or it's just the right amount. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com, click the link to Chicago, and go to the Cubs page. Cast your vote. We'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
At Infinity, the art of hospitality is anticipating what people want. Introducing the Infinity EX, designed to elevate luxury in ways you could never imagine. Ordinary is getting inside a car. Extraordinary is never wanting to leave it. The Infinity EX, the personal luxury crossover.
Lease an Infinity EX for $359 per month for 39 months.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Small.
Big. Minimum.
Maximum. A lot.
For a little, the Nissan Versa, 33 miles per gallon and the largest interior volume in its class.
Great landscaping products from Menards. Finish your landscaping with Emsco Pound-In Edging. Great for flower beds and gardens. There's no digging required. 20 feet is $7.98. 60 feet, only $22.98. Accent patios, walkways, and more with solar landscape lights from Malibu. With no wires, it's easy to install. A 6-pack of metal solar lights in a stainless steel or black finish is only $24.99. Plus, there's 0 interest till 2010 with your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
I build 400-foot bridges.
I help design robotic systems for some of the world's largest companies. I build controls for F-16 fighters.
If you're looking for an exciting career, you belong here.
Morrison Institute of Technology.
Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not. In the National League, the Marlins' Hanley Ramirez, he's an all-star, hitting .406, 4 homers, 9 runs driven in over the last 7 days. And J.J. Hardy's been on fire, too. .533 over that stretch. Bronson Arroyo, 2-0 with an ERA under 1. As for the chill factor, the Phil's Shane Victorino, 2 for his last 24. Justin Upton, 5 for 24 with 7 strikeouts, and the big unit, 0-1 with an ERA north of 17. All right, back now with the 3-time All-Star, Dan Plesac. We already knew Lou Piniella was headed back to Yankee Stadium in its farewell season for the All-Star game as the National League coach, replacing Willie Randolph. Earlier today, word that he'll be joined by 7 of his players to set a franchise record, breaking the old mark of 6 in 1988 and 1936. And here are the starters. Soto, Soriano, and Fukudome hang on through the fan vote, so they will be starters. It remains to be seen whether Soriano will actually play in that ball game. But your reserves are Aramis Ramirez, along with the pitchers. Carlos Zambrano, who was chosen by Clint Hurdle, but Ramirez, Dempster, and Wood was a cumulative vote from both the manager, the players, and the coaches. So what do you think, Danny? 7 going, all pretty much deserving, I would think. And, you know, now the uproar is going to start that they have too many. You know, others are undeserving. But this seems like a right amount for what this team has been able to do, leading the majors in wins.
Well, you're talking about a team that got off to a very good start. Now, this may have been helped with they've played a lot of their games in April, May, the early part of the schedule at home, and most of the voting takes place in your home ballpark. Certainly the Cubs, you know, they draw very well, about as well as anybody in baseball. I think it's just about the right number. There's no perfect system. Every team has to have one player, position player or pitcher, represent them. And you could always make a case. There are going to be 4 or 5 guys that are on this team that maybe their numbers aren't as good as some guys that get left off. Every year there's about 4 or 5 guys that you think, boy, that's really dicey. And there are 4 or 5 guys that you thought should have been deserving and don't get in. There's no perfect system. It's just the way that it is. 2
rookies from the Cubs who are obviously candidates for Rookies of the Year make it as starters. We talked about Giovanni Soto a little bit earlier. Kosuke Fukudome did not start today, but he gets in by the fan vote. It appears as though his energy level, or at least his production, has dropped a little bit. Maybe he's getting a little bit used to the grind here in the major leagues and all the travel as well, but he came off the bench today and delivered. And what do you think of Fukudome making this all-star team ahead of some other possibilities?
I mean, if you look at the sheer numbers, I'm sure that his numbers, you look at right fielders in particular, you're going to have a boatload of guys with more home runs, more RBIs. But he's meant an awful lot to this Cub team. I think he's changed the chemistry and the way this team goes about doing their business. He's very patient. He's an high on-base percentage guy, and he certainly plays right field as well as anybody in either league. So I think he's a deserving player, but I'm sure you could look at raw numbers and make a case for a few other guys.
Yeah, and Ryan Dempster and Kerry Wood also make the all-star teams as well. We heard the guys talking to Ryan Dempster during the broadcast a little bit earlier on, but he makes the transition from closer to starter. We'll talk about him a little bit later on the show because he is starting against the Reds on Tuesday night, but what can you say about the job he has done in making that transition? It all started in the offseason for him, getting in that mindset and physical shape.
Well, really, all the credit really goes to that guy you see right there, number 46, because he came to spring training. He showed up in Mesa in February on a mission. And if you go back to the middle part of spring training, there was not a spot that he was locked into. He went to spring training, he earned a spot, and it's been a terrific story. He was very successful closing games. I know last year you look at his saves. The save percentage was as good as anybody in the National League. And quite honestly, I wasn't so sure if it was going to be that easy of a transition for him. He's been terrific. The key is the second half of the season, as the innings start to build up, hopefully he can stay in one piece, stay healthy, stay strong. And if he does, it gives the Cubs a very nice 1-2 punch with he and Zambrano. And hopefully Ted Lilly seems to be getting better as the season goes on. So I don't think the pitching woes right now are as bad as a lot of people are making them out to be.
And he goes from closer to starter. The guy who went from starter to closer, Kerry Wood, makes it in his first season as a closer. And I think there's a lot of respect among guys in Major League, not only for what Kerry Wood has talent-wise and athletically and what he can do when he is healthy, but also for what he's persevered through over the last several seasons with all the physical problems that he's had.
You know, like a game like he had yesterday, those are going to happen. I don't care how many times you run out there. If you pitch in enough games, between 60 and 65 games, you're going to have a handful, 4 or 5 during the course of the season. I don't care how hard you throw, what kind of curveball you have. It's just not meant to be. That was a tough game, but I tell you what, he has been a savior for this bullpen this year, and really, he and Carlos Marmol have really put this Cub bullpen. You know, Marmol had the wheels come off a little bit, but really those two guys have been key, and it's really a good story because Kerry Wood has been through a lot of ups, a lot of downs, and you know what, for the most part, he's had a very, very good first half of the season.
22 saves out of 27 opportunities, has him tied for second in the National League, one behind Wilson of San Francisco. We're going to take one final time out here on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. When we come back, we'll have our poll results. Plus, we'll look ahead to the Cubs' next homestand.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Carlos Marmol leads the majors with 22 holds. Didn't get one today, even though he came in and tossed a shutout inning. The White Sox, Scott Linebrink, is third with 19.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
Good job.
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes. Targets only the gray hair and can get you to a better place.
How's the new job? Great.
Just for Men, stay in the game.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, there's something in the way you talk to make me realize. There's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
There's a world outside every darkened door with a brave, all free, and lover's soul. Come ride with me to the distant shore. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long.
Ever since there were cars, Americans have had a love affair with the open road. And with quality gasoline and great snacks coast to coast, Valero is your perfect travel companion. Valero, the all-American gasoline for the all-American love affair.
Alex Klein is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell his story, we hired that guy who does those funny sound effects.
My car was totaled over 1,000 miles from home. So I called Geico. And in less than 10 business hours, I got a check for a new car.
Geico, real service, real savings.
I don't understand.
Okay. With your new Elite checking account, we pay the ATM fees that you get charged by other banks. Make sense?
No.
Well, you know how other banks charge you ATM fees, right?
Yes.
Well, we take care of those.
You take care of
We
it?
pay them.
You pay them?
People seem to like it.
It's not just banking. It's National City.
Coming up tonight at 6:30, full highlights and reaction from the South Side as the Sox look for the series split against Oakland. More reaction from St. Louis, plus we'll have blowout coverage. Yes, I said blowout coverage. The all-star activity selected from both the Cubs and White Sox. And we'll check in with the Bulls as they get set for life with Derek Rose on the eve of the Summer League in Orlando. That's all tonight, coming up at 6:30. And at 10 on Land Rover Sportsnet, there he is, He is all over the station, the crafty lefty becoming your personal pitching coach as he teaches you how to throw a fastball. Look out! Pitching with Plesac tonight at 10 on Comcast Sportsnet. Such a handsome devil. Welcome back. Earlier in the show, our Pontiac opinion poll asked you, what are your thoughts on the Cubs sending 7 players to the All-Star game? And here's the way you voted on ComcastSportsnet.com. Just the right amount, getting the majority of the vote. But some people getting greedy. Maybe like they thought should have been greedy with getting a sweep down in St. Louis, which is a distinct possibility. But too many, only about 20% of you saying that. We thank you all for voting. Let's check out the pitching matchup for Tuesday's game at Wrigley Field following this 10-game road trip, season-long 10-game road trip. It's Dusty Baker's Cincinnati Reds coming to town for a 3-game series, the first 2 night games at Wrigley Field on Tuesday and Wednesday. It'll be Ryan Dempster, who is unbeaten at Wrigley Field this year, has all his wins on the north side, taking on Aaron Harang, who's really been struggling this season, 4.5 ERA as well. But Ryan Dempster looking to add, and we talked a little bit about him being the all-star selection, and home has been magic for this guy so far this season.
Really, and he really has pitched about 3 or 4 games on the road. That's a really misleading statistic. He has pitched well enough to win about 3 or 4 games on the road. He's had a tremendous first half of the season. I think the big key is to keep him fresh the second half of the season, you know, making the transition from going to the bullpen to the starting rotation. They're going to need him, Ted Lilly, and Carlos Zambrano to have a big second half of the season, because I think this Milwaukee Brewer team is really making a move, and whether they are or they aren't in the sweepstakes to get CC Sabathia, this is not going to be a cakewalk for the Cubs the second half of the season. There's no question, on paper, they have the most talent, the best depth, starting pitching, position players. It's really their division to win.
We talked in the pregame about how the starting pitching has been solid over the last week or so. Sean Marshall starting it on the south side, and the starters in the last 8 games have a 3.17 earned run average. Just an important week, too, to keep this momentum going. You have the off day tomorrow, and then heading into the All-Star break, it's 2 teams you think the Cubs should be able to handle at home in both the Reds and the Giants.
Well, there's no question, but you know what? I think a day off is really coming at a perfect time. This team has gone through a long 10-day trip, changed time zones a couple of times. That was a big win. I thought that was a huge game. Up to this point, the biggest game of the year for the Cubs. We talked about it on the pregame show, one of those swing games. You have a 2.5 game lead. If they would have lost today, it went down to a 1.5 games. It's back up to 3.5. You have a little bit of breathing room. Now's when you just try to charge full steam. You've got one week left, 6 games. Get to that All-Star break, get a little bit of a blow.
Final score, once again, the Cubs beat the Cardinals 7-1 to take 2 of 3 at Busch Stadium. What they went in looking for, even though those greedy folks probably wanted to sweep from yesterday's ball game. I'm Chris Bowden for Dan Plesac. We thank you for joining us here on Lowe's Cubs Post Game Live. Don't forget to tune in an hour from now for Sports Night. Thank you all for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday, everyone.
You know, even rivals agree with this sweet deal. Your local Chevy dealers are giving you $400 worth of free gas with the purchase of a qualified GM certified used vehicle. Hurry in to claim this limited offer, only at your Chevy dealers and only while supplies last.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
At Infinity, the art of hospitality is anticipating what people want. Introducing the Infinity EX, designed to elevate luxury in ways you could never imagine. Ordinary is getting inside a car. Extraordinary is never wanting to leave it. The Infinity EX, the personal luxury crossover.
Lease an Infinity EX for $359 per month for 39 months.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
You don't have to drive far for great family fun. The Muscatine County Fair is July 16th through the 20th. Friday night, July 18th, Billy Currington is at the fair.
Be doing something right. I just heard it.
Saturday the 19th, Tracy Lawrence comes to town.
Find out who your friends are. Somebody's gonna drop everything.
For the best family fun, it's the Muscatine County Fair, July 16th through the 20th in West Liberty, Iowa. It's tradition.
Take the Quad City Suzuki Challenge, and we'll show you how a new Suzuki will actually cost you less to drive than the car you're currently making payments on, or we'll give you a gift card worth up to $500. That's right. Save at the pump, save on maintenance and repairs, and drive a new Suzuki today. Like the gas-saving Forenza or the all-new SX4 with 37 miles per gallon. Take the Quad City Suzuki Challenge only at Quad City Suzuki, where you'll always be another satisfied customer.
Call 1-877-5-GO-SUZUKI. First 25 callers receive a free gift.